Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Life begins by Abu Yahya, translated by Wasim, Aslam, Fiza Rashid, Kamran Saeed, Abu Anas, and Bilal Khan. Some clarifications, some apologies. By Abu Yahya. Voltaire, 1694-1778, is among the most important personalities of the forward-thinking era of Europe, whose works and ideas laid the foundations of modern Western civilization. During the time of Voltaire, an earthquake struck the Portuguese city of Lisbon. The subsequent tsunami and a fire that raged through the city afterwards devastated it. A city where once millions lived was ruined. This tragedy sent shock waves through Europe. This devastation had effects at not only political, economic, and social levels, but it also made a huge impact on the world of philosophy and thought. As per their practice at the time, the traditional religious leadership declared it as a punishment from God. However, the times were changing fast, so there was a profound reaction. In the background of these events, Voltaire first wrote a poem titled Poem on the Lisbon Disaster, and later a novel, Candide. The basic message that he tried to convey was that in the New World there is no room for an image of God portrayed by Christianity, in which he punishes the innocent and the guilty indiscriminately. The basic message that he tried to convey was that in the New World there is no room for an image of God portrayed by Christianity, in which he punishes the innocent and the guilty indiscriminately. Initially, Voltaire's work faced restrictions, but soon the ideas presented in it started to get acceptance and eventually became the predominant voice of his time. Slowly, the consequences of attaching incorrect ideas to the concept of God led people to the brink of almost denying his very existence. Then followed a period in Western societies during which taking God's name was deemed an idiotic concept. Late Akbar Allah Abadi, a poet in British occupied subcontinent late Akbar Allah Abadi, a poet in the British occupied subcontinent, portrayed this scenario in the following words in his poetry. The foes have reported me to the state, for I take God's name in this day and age. In later eras, the concept of God regained acceptance in some shape and form. However, the concept of hereafter that would evidence the perfect justice of God and provide a true explanation for the inequalities of this world never gained general acceptance. Voltaire had a Christian background in which some concepts about hereafter were vague and did not answer many reasonable questions that arose in a mind disposed to logical thinking. Therefore, he failed to get satisfactory answers for the questions that arose in his mind. He ended up becoming the founder of a movement for rejection of God and hereafter that now dominates the dry lands and waters of this world. Fortunately, Muslims possess a book of the caliber of Quran that informs them that the second and the last chapter of the story of this world is the hereafter, without which it is not possible to understand any reality of this life and universe correctly. In the Muslim societies of today, there is a conflict between religious extremism and unbridled open-mindedness, similar to the forward-thinking era of Europe. The immense benevolence of God has given me this opportunity to present to the readers, through the words of this novel, details of the second and last chapter of the story of the human beings before another Voltaire emerges out of this conflict. The immense benevolence of God has given me this opportunity to present to the readers, through the words of this novel, details of the second and the last chapter of the story of the human beings, before another Voltaire emerges out of this conflict. The reasons for going into this detail is that the usual Urdu readers are familiar with novels based on detective stories, romance, and historical or social aspects of the society. Traditionally, only such novels are written and read. In reality, the scope of novel writing is much wider. Various components of a novel, like its plot, development, characters, events, dialogues, etc., all rely on the particular form of novel writing on which the novel is based. The novel under consideration when life begins is an unconventional novel. However, despite being unconventional, it remains a work of fiction. Every novel is a work of fiction that builds castles of probabilities in a world of imagination and make-believe. These castles may touch many skies and possibilities, but their foundations are firmly laid on grounds of reality. My novel is a piece of fiction as far as the central character and the events surrounding it are concerned. However, the world of possibilities that this fiction introduces you to is the biggest reality of the universe. My novel is a piece of fiction as far as the central character and the events surrounding it are concerned. However, the world of possibilities that this fiction introduces you to is the biggest reality of the universe. Unfortunately, this reality is currently concealed from the human mind and vision, but the time is not far when this world of possibilities will reveal itself in front of everyone as naked truth. A study of this novel would have been quite interesting if the context were only confined to the aforementioned. However, the irony is that eventually every reader of this novel, and every inhabitant of this world are going to be a part of this work of fiction, destined to play the role of one of its characters. This irony forced me to take up the pen and venture into this field. I aim to present to the reader a world of unseen and concealed possibilities as a living reality in the form of fiction. This is a difficult and sensitive task, for there is no actual depiction of this future world in front of us, nor can we allow our imaginations to run loose. Fortunately, there is enough information in the teachings of the last Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, for us to form a mental picture of this world, and I have tried to portray it on the same basis. In such a work, due to the requirements of novel writing, it is necessary to write dialogues and construct imaginary scenes. Nevertheless, I have kept in mind the attributes of God mentioned in the Quran and the sayings ascribed to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, at every step of this sensitive work. In spite of the care I have taken, it remains a sensitive matter with possibilities for error. I hope for forgiveness from the Almighty for any errors because of His mercy and compassion. Here, I would like to share with the readers that initially I did not intend to make this work public. I initially sat down to put some of my thoughts about the Day of Judgment on paper, but within days it took the shape of the first 8 chapters. After reading them, I decided that it was not appropriate to publish them. However, I asked some friends for opinion. Their opinion, in contrast, was to the contrary, and furthermore, the writing had an extraordinary impact on them. For most, it was a wake-up call and a life-changing experience. They profoundly insisted that I should complete the novel and publish it. However, I could not persuade myself to compile the novel. Albeit, when the insistence of friends began to amount, I decided to do an istikhara, which is a special prayer for guidance. Consequently, I was able to give it my undivided attention, and I completed the novel. Although I completed it on the insistence of my friends, I was still not ready for its mass publication. However, within a few days of its completion, I found out that a potentially lethal disease had knocked on the door of my worldly existence. At that juncture, I decided firmly that, God willing, I would publish it. People regard me as a scholar and a writer, but in fact I possess neither the pen for a writer nor the brains of a scholar. My whole life's capital is a compassionate heart, and when this compassion intensified, it took the form of the novel. This is my sole excuse for venturing into this delicate field. This excuse may become acceptable in the court of Almighty if I could assist in returning a few sheep lost from the herd back to the guardian of this worldly paradise. In today's world, people have neither the time nor the inclination to listen to the call of an unseen world. However, maybe this work of fiction would incline them to listen to the call of their Lord. Maybe because of it, some servants may return to their master. Maybe some feet taking steps towards the hill would stop and turn back. Maybe it would lead to the addition of one more resident to the paradise. If that were to happen, it would be my reward for this work. Call for him, you may. Call for him, you may find this his way. Call for him, you may find his way. Call for him, you may find his way. If not, life's journey is futile anyway. Abu Yahya. Chapter 1. Judgment Day. The earth had become devoid of all its creases. Rivers and mountains, ditches and hills, and oceans and forests, in essence, every depth and every height of this world had been demolished. As far as the eye could see, the earth was a level plain, and on top was a fire-spitting sky. On top was a fire-spitting sky. However, the sky today was not blue, but it was a glowing red in color. This redness was not due to the blazing flames of the sun, but was an effect of the flames that periodically leapt upwards from the hill towards the sky. They were like open-mouthed serpents trying to take the sun into their fiery embrace. This horrifying scene, created by the leaping flames from hell and the uproar from its blazing fires, was making hearts tremble with fear. These trembling hearts were the hearts of criminals. They were the hearts of the negligent, the arrogant, and the cruel. They were the hearts of murderers and the rebellious. They were the hearts of murderers and the rebellious. They were the hearts of the world's pharaohs and tyrants. They were the hearts of those who considered themselves gods and icons of their time. They were the hearts of people who lived in the world bygone. They were the hearts of people who lived in the world bygone, as if they were immortal, albeit when they died they became as if they had never lived on the face of the earth. They were the hearts of people who lived in God's kingdom and ignored Him. They were the hearts of people who ruled like gods over the creations of God. They were hearts devoid of love for fellow human beings and of remembrance of God. Hence today was the day when these negligent hearts were to become fuel for the raging fires of hell and its unending punishments that were waiting to have their hunger relieved by stones and by people with hearts of stone. It was a day of festivity for these punishments, for their eternal hunger was about to be quenched. Due to the intense fear of these punishments, these criminals of God were running amok in search of a sanctuary. But in this flat plain there was nowhere to hide and no sanctuary to find. Everywhere there was calamity, disaster and hardships, and for these stone-hearted criminals a never-ending misfortune. No one knows how many years and how many centuries have elapsed in this condition. This is a place of adjudication, and the day of judgment, a new life has begun, a never-ending one. I too stand in this place of judgment, lost and speechless, staring with vacant eyes. In front of me countless people run and fall in a chaotic manner. In the background there is an echo of noises that emanates from the roaring flames and is mixed with the shouts, cries and wails of people. People taunt each other, hurl abuses and blame each other. Many are engaged in scuffles. Around me, some are holding their heads while others pour dirt on their faces. Around me, some are holding their heads while others pour dirt on their faces. I see some people hiding their faces in shame. Others are bearing disgrace. Some are banging their heads on stones. Others over there are beating their chests. Some are blaming themselves while others are having a go at their mothers, fathers, wives, children, friends or leaders, holding them responsible for their ruin. All of them have the same problem. The day of judgment has arrived. The day of judgment has arrived, and they have not prepared for it. Now they may blame others or themselves, they may mourn or be patient, but now nothing can be altered. Now there is only a wait for the appearance of the Master of the universe, following which the accountability will commence, and the destiny of every person shall be determined with justice. Suddenly a person near me shouted, "Ah, I was better off dead. Even the pit of the grave was better than this." I had been standing silent and speechless for a long time on this flat plain, completely unaware of the happenings around me, when the near, yelling voice of this person brought me back from the valleys of my thoughts into the realm of reality. In an instant, everything became afresh in my mind from start to end. From start to end. In an instant, everything became afresh in my mind from start to end. My story, the story of the world, and the story of life all began to run in my mind like the reel of a film. I was at home at the onset of that dreadful day. For the casual observer, my home was the dark pit of a grave. In fact, this was the first stage of the real world of the hereafter, and was the world of Barzakh, the world behind the veil. It was a world that contained never-ending comforts for me. That day my close, long-standing and dear friend Salih, righteous, had come to visit me. Salih was the angel who was assigned to my right side when I was alive. His closeness and presence was always a source of immense solace for me in my life after death, and as usual we were having a pleasant conversation that day. I asked him during that conversation, "My friend, tell me something, why have you been assigned to me?" Salih replied in a serious manner, "You see, Abdullah, my companion, and I were assigned to you when you were living in the world. He used to record your bad deeds, and I the good ones. You would not let me sit idle for even 2 minutes. Sometimes you would be reciting supplications for the Almighty, sometimes shedding tears in His remembrance, and sometimes praying for fellow human beings. You would spend your time in ritual prayers, your money in God's way, and your energy working for the welfare of people. In short, even when you were not doing such deeds, you would at least have a welcoming smile on your face for other people. Therefore, I was always busy in recording some activity of yours. You almost killed me because of overwork and exhaustion. However, you know, we angels are not like you humans. We do not recompense bad deeds with bad ones. So you see, despite these bad deeds of yours, I am alongside you and looking after you." I replied in an equally grim tone, "I wronged the angel on my other side even more than I wronged you. He used to write down my sins, but immediately afterwards I would repent. The poor soul then used to erase all he had written and curse me, complaining that if I was going to make him erase it, why I made him write it in the first place. Eventually he got so fed up that he prayed to the Almighty for my riddance. That's why ever since I died, only you have kept my company. Saleh burst into laughter on hearing this. Then he said, don't worry, he will return at the time of accountability. According to the law, both of us will have to present you in front of the Almighty. As he uttered these words, his face showed a profoundly grim expression. He became quiet and bowed his head down, becoming immersed in deep silence. I had not seen him behave in this manner previously. As he raised his head up, after a few moments, the ever-present freshness and smile had disappeared off his face, replaced by shadows of fear and sadness. He made an unsuccessful attempt to smile and said, Abdullah, Archangel Raphael has received his orders. The time for fulfillment of God's promise has arrived. The deadline given to the inhabitants of the world has passed. You will continue to enjoy the blessings of your Lord a bit longer behind this curtain of barzakh, but I have to depart now. I will meet you again when life begins again. When your eyes open, the day of judgment would have begun. I shall meet you again that day. The commotions of life were continuing as ever. The shopping malls had the usual activity and razzle-dazzle. There were various entertainment events going on in New York, Los Angeles, London, Shanghai, Delhi, Moscow, Karachi, and Lahore. Spectators were watching and applauding 2020 cricket and World Cup football matches being played in the midst of floodlights that turned nights into days. People intoxicated with alcohol were busy drinking in pubs and bars, while others watched striptease in nightclubs. Actors were captivating appreciative fans in Hollywood and Bollywood movies, dramas, stage, television, belly dancing and fashion shows had models and actresses dancing, gyrating and parading their bodies while their financiers fill their pockets with money made from these enterprises. The owners of multinational companies were the new conquerors of the new world. Talented youth were happy to sell them their knowledge and skills so that they could weave dreams for their future careers. The glitter and dazzle of media, the spiced up world of journalism, and the upheavals of the world of politics with its never-fading treacheries and deceit were continuing unabated. Men and women were engaged in shopping in the bazaars of this world, surrounded by eye-catching shops and hailing shop owners. There were echoes of songs and music in lavish abodes of the prosperous, which were in sharp contrast to the silence of hunger and poverty rife in the shacks of the poor. People were singing songs of merriment. They were singing songs of merriment in wedding celebrations, but shadows of sorrow and despair shrouded funerals and hospitals. Religious leaders were safeguarding personal interests in the name of God. Wealthy people, as ever, were oblivious to the trials and tribulations of the poor. Government servants were filling their pockets with tainted money from corruption, and dishonest traders were filling their safes with income from adulteration and hoarding. Rulers were busy in exploiting their people, while superpowers continued to work on their schemes to maintain their subjugation of the world. In short, all were engrossed in their jobs and interests as ever. The dwellers of the earth were doing what they had done all along. Tales of cruelty and disorder, stories of deceit and deception, race of greed and selfishness, attitudes of negligence and rebelliousness, obliviousness to God and hereafter, political commotions, economic struggles, religious feuds and interclass tensions, everything was going on as before. The prophets of God had already departed from the world centuries ago. Agricultural age changed to industrial age, and then industrial age transformed into the age of information. However, human attitudes did not change, nor did their sorrows. Human beings had the same old worries of work and livelihood, the same setbacks of love and romance, and the same predicaments of death and disease. At this time, as at any other time before, human beings were concerned about every worry under the sun, except for the worry for the hereafter. They had every fear except for their fear of God. The sky witnessed the fact that the human race, which had spread injustice and chaos all over God's earth, had now become an unbearable burden for the planet. Therefore, it was given repeated shocks as reminders. The predictions of the final prophet began to come true. The barefooted goat herders of Arabia managed to build the tallest skyscrapers, but the humanity did not take heed. The descendants of Noah's third son, Japheth, that is, the race of Gog and Magog, became the gatekeepers of the world. They started to attack and the dwellers of the earth from the ultimate heights of greatness. Great Britain, Russia, America, and China, one after the other, took the throne of ruler of the world. All predictions of the divine scriptures came true, but humanity still did not come to its senses. Then followed tsunamis, floods, and earthquakes, but the humanity remained in negligence. God created the information age. His non-Arab believers took the message of their Arabic prophet and clarified the truth in its ultimate form in front of the whole humanity, so that no reason was left to deny it. However, humanity still did not pay heed. Before the day of judgment arrived, the picture of the day of judgment was painted in its ultimate form to awaken the humanity, but there was no change in the attitude of people. At last, the event that was bound to happen eventually did happen. Archangel Raphael heard the orders of his Lord. Raphael heard the orders of his Lord and picked up the trumpet in his hand. Within moments, the end of the world was here. The checkerboard of the sun was folded back. The checkerboard of the sun was folded back. Stars began to lose their shine. Mountains as big as Himalayas began to fly in the wind like balls of cotton wool. Peaks turned into deserts. Seas gave rise to waves as tall as mountains, and soon the plains of this world became oceans. Earth emptied the bellies of its volcanoes onto its surface. Rivers of fire started to flow through valleys. The planet offloaded all its earthquakes. Earth was turned upside down. Cities became ruins, while buildings turned to dust. Soon, habitations started to look like graveyards. What worth did the frail human beings have in front of these upheavals? Only a while ago, people were busy making plans for a new home or a new shop and business venture, harboring hopes for an upcoming wedding, busy searching for a new car or new clothes, planning for a bright future for their children. Suddenly, those plans and schemes vanished from their minds. Mothers busy in feeding their babies ran for their lives, leaving the children behind. Pregnant women miscarried. The ones who were physically strong ran while trampling the weak, whereas youngsters fled, leaving the elderly behind. Now, gold and silver lie on the side of roads, currency notes fly in the wind, and precious goods lie scattered. But there is no one to take them, no one to gather them together. Home, business, relatives, relations, and assets all have been rendered irrelevant. all have been rendered irrelevant. Every soul is concerned only for itself. Today man has forgotten everything and is only calling one God. But there is no response. Atheists and non-believers are also repeating God's name, but no one can find a place of sanctity. The shadows of destruction are difficult to escape from. The shadows of destruction are difficult to escape from. Death is on the hunt everywhere. Hardships have surrounded people from all directions. Finally, life surrendered to death. Life was over, but only because life was about to begin in earnest. I could hear the wind buzzing in my ears. A few raindrops landed on my face. I began to regain consciousness. I kept trying to get up for a long time, but my senses were not working fully. I remained in this state for a very protracted period. Then I heard a familiar voice in my ears. Abdullah, get up, quickly. This was the voice of my long-standing, dear and beloved friend Saleh. His voice worked like magic, and I stood up quickly. Where am I? Was my instinctive first question. Where am I? Was my instinctive first question. He replied while tapping my shoulder, You have forgotten what I told you. The day of judgment has begun. Raphael is blowing the trumpet the second time. At the moment, its volume is quite low. Its sound is waking up only those people presently who were obedient to God in the previous life. What would happen to the remaining people? I interrupted him. In a short while, Raphael will steadily up the volume so that it will sound harsh. Then this noise will transform into a loud bang. At that stage, the remaining people will also wake up, but that awakening will be one of suffering and discomfort. We need to get up. We need to get out of here before that happens, he replied hurriedly. I wondered to myself as I got up, but where to go? However, Saleh immediately understood my concern from my facial expressions and replied while taking quick steps, You are fortunate, Abdullah. We are heading towards the throne. Then he provided some more details. At this stage, only the prophets, the Siddiqeen, the Shuhada, and the pious people have emerged from their graves. God ordained the success of these people while they were still in the previous world. They are the ones who believed in God despite being unable to see Him with their eyes. They found Him despite being unable to touch Him with their hands. They listened to His call without being able to hear His voice with their ears. They believed in His messengers, submitted to them, and supported them in an exemplary manner. Their loyalty was neither to their religious leaders, personalities, or sectarian elite, nor to the prejudices of their ancestors. It was only and only to God and His messengers. They patiently sustained all kinds of sufferings, tolerated all kinds of scorns, and underwent all sorts of hardships just for the sake of God. High morals and noble character was the only way of life for them to follow. All their lives they were in love with their Creator and compassionate to His creations. Abdullah, today is the day for recompense of these people, and this is the beginning of their recompense. As I listened to Saleh, my face displayed expression of astonishment, while his was gleaming with enjoyment. But I was in heaven, and before I completed my sentence, Saleh interrupted me and said light-heartedly, My dear friend, that was the period of Barzakh, world hidden behind a veil from your previous world. The world hidden behind a veil from your previous world, that was a life of dream. The real life has begun only now. Only now will people receive the reward of paradise. By the way, that life in the Barzakh was also real in a way. Remember, our friendship started during that life. I shook my head and just stared at him. Some of this made sense to me, but there was a lot more to be comprehended. However, I decided that at that stage it would be more appropriate to leave myself at Saleh's disposal. My friendship with Saleh began when after my death, or more appropriately after I stepped out from the illusion of a finite world and entered the real world. People are usually very scared of death, but for me death was a pleasant experience. The angel of death, Israel's name, is a symbol of terror in the world. The angel of death, Israel's name, is a symbol of terror in the world. But he came to me in a very handsome facade. He separated my personality, that is my soul, from my body with utmost love and care. My body remained in the previous world, while he transferred my true personality into this new world called the world of Barzakh. Barzakh actually refers to a veil or a curtain. A curtain appeared between the previous world and me as soon as the angel of death appeared. Because of this curtain, I lost all contact. With that separation, although I had full confidence that because of my upbringing they would be patient and content upon the will of the Lord. I was in a new world now with my true personality. This was the world of Barzakh. The angel of death, Israel, had handed me over into the care of Saleh in this world. Along with him there were many good-looking, well-dressed and well-spoken angels. All of them had bouquets of flowers in their hands, while on their lips they had salutations and prayers for long life. In this background of greetings and wishes for long life together, all of them tried to reassure me that the days of trial were over. The days of the glorious success of paradise had begun in earnest, they said. It was then when Saleh gave me the glad tidings of my first reward at the start of my life in Barzakh. The reward was audience with the master of the earth and the skies. He also informed me that this honor was granted to only a select few. I cherished this news even more than the glad tidings of entering the paradise. Hence my journey began in the company of these angels. This was a new world. Over there the meanings of distances, places, time and space altered in such a manner that it was impossible to explain them in words. I was on this journey in a state of euphoria and trance when suddenly we were ordered to stop. It was announced that the angels of the earth had now reached their limit and must halt. Only Saleh was allowed to accompany me from there onwards. The journey into the unseen skies began. Soon we stopped again. I was informed that Archangel Gabriel, the trustworthy, had specially come to welcome me. On seeing me, he said, "Abdullah, you are meeting me for the first time, but I have met you many times before." As he tapped on my shoulder lightly, he spoke again. "On the orders of my master, I helped you many times, but you were not aware of it." On hearing the word master, my face became alight with excitement. The spiritual being of Gabriel sensed this even before I had a chance. The spiritual being of Gabriel sensed this even before I had a chance to put my feelings into words. He said, "Come on then, I shall take you to meet your Lord." Apart from prophets, the privilege of attending the court of the one and the only is reserved for very few human beings. You are indeed very fortunate. As we proceeded forward, a question came into my mind. I felt that it was not inappropriate to ask Gabriel about it. May peace be upon him. So I said, Are we going towards Sidrat al-Muntaha, the limit which no creation can pass? No, he replied, and then clarified further. You are probably thinking about Mi'raj, the incident of ascension of Prophet Muhammad. That is the path of the prophets. The places where the prophets are presented for attendance are supreme. They are also allowed to witness places and events in the universe that others are not allowed to see. Your path is totally different. The reason you have been called for is to grant you the honor of prostrating in the court of the Almighty. Probably it is because of you that Salih has also been granted permission to come so far. I looked back at Salih. His face was glowing with joy. Gabriel, the trustworthy, continued his conversation. God is boundless. His abodes are countless. In your world, these abodes cannot even be imagined. Whatever knowledge you had on earth was very little and limited. Now, after death, your eyes have truly opened. You can now see a world whose enchantments know no bounds. What I was observing was a testament to the truthfulness of Gabriel, the trustworthy. I thought to myself, it is a great blessing of God that I did not die in a state of disobedience and rejection of the ultimate truth about God. Otherwise, my eyes would still have reopened after death, but what they would have had to see would have been awful and horrifying. Accompanied by Gabriel, we passed through various stages and approached the bearers of God's throne in the Empyrean. Here was a beautiful and subtle blend of Nur, pure light in Islamic tradition, after associated with angels, with blend of Nur, color and light, the description of which was beyond the realm of words. The heads of the bearers were bowed, their faces displayed an air of fear as well as a light of serenity. Gabriel explained, every command from the court of the Almighty descends through these angels, and every act of the creatures below is presented to the Lord of the universe via them. I was watching them with envy in this unique place of closeness of God. They also looked up at me, and for an instant a smile appeared on their lips. This gave me more courage. I took a few steps towards the Empyrean. Every pore of my body began to sing praise for the one whom I had yearned to meet my entire life. I don't know why, but I began to tremble as I walked forward. The realization of his greatness overcame the intense desire of meeting him. At that instant, I felt so overwhelmed by his grandeur that I started to retreat in fear. The throne was still quite far, but the realization of the magnanimity of the master of the throne broke my will. I felt at that moment that my being would break down into countless tiny fragments and disperse into the atmosphere. Perhaps that is what would have happened. But at that instant, I heard the voice of Gabriel in my ears saying, "Bow down right here. Only the noble prophets go beyond this place." Salih and I both prostrated right there. Thus I prostrated to the one I had prostrated to all my life without being able to see him, but today this was after seeing him. Well, I did not really see him. I only saw the signs of his presence. I don't remember how long and delightful this act of bowing was. The one who bestowed the sun with a glittering sheet of light and the moon with a cover of brightness, the one who provided fragrance to flowers and dressed butterflies with colors, the one who gave sparkle to the stars and jingle to the blooms, the one who granted the skies their sublime crown and to the seas the dominion of vastness, the one who blessed the soil, with the fertility and adorned rivers with the beauty of flowing water, and the one who endowed man with the ability to communicate and the honor of receiving the revelation of the Quran. Every moment spent in the feet of such a being was superior to any other honor. even owning the empire of the seven continents, even owning the empire of the seven continents of the world could not have surpassed this experience. However, inevitably this moment ended. I heard the delightful voice of the carriers of throne chanting, Hu Allah, la ilaha illa huwa, Hu Allahu la ilaha illa huwa, Hu Allahu la ilaha illa huwa, which meant He is God, there is no deity worthy of worship except Him. This was in fact an announcement that the Master of the throne was about to speak. A voice proclaimed, I am God and there is no one worthy of worship but me. The effect of this magical voice was more delightful than any melody I had ever heard before. It left my body in a state of absolute attentiveness. All my strength suddenly became focused in my ears and in my sense of hearing. I wanted to hear more, but there was a pause. I realized that I was expected to say something. The first sentence that came to me or to my trembling lips was, Master, this is the only truth I came to recognize in my lifetime. My voice was so faint that even my own ears could barely hear it. However, it reached the one who knows all, whether hidden or obvious, the one who even knows the secrets embedded deep inside hearts. He replied, Not everyone who knows this fact is able to reach here. Do you know this, Abdullah? How come you reached here? This time the magnanimous tone in the expression of my Lord had a tinge of affection about it. The reason is, Abdullah, that you dedicated your life to informing others about me. You spent your life warning them about the day they will meet me. You made my remembrance and work for my causes a mission of your life. This is the reward for it. At that moment, I just wanted to continue to listen to the words of the Master of the skies and the earth. This felt like the most intense desire I had ever experienced. However, once again, the King of the worlds became silent. I sensed that my Master was giving me another opportunity to speak. I said, Can I stay near you, over here? Oh my God, oh Lord, oh Allah. He replied, No one is far from me, Abdullah, neither am I far from anyone. All my obedient servants who lived their lives in my remembrance are close to me, regardless of whether they are men or women, anything else. The last comment made me realize that the meeting was ending. Anything else? Again, let me repeat that. He replied, No one is far from me, Abdullah, neither am I far from anyone. All my obedient servants who lived their lives in my remembrance are close to me, regardless of whether they are men or women. Anything else? The last comment made me realize that the meeting was ending. I said, What are my orders? The time to obey orders has long gone. The Almighty replied, Soon it will be time for you to give orders as a king. For the time being, you should return. Life has not begun yet. As I was leaving, I said, You will not forget me on the day of judgment, would you? I have heard a lot about horrors of that day and your anger. I could feel a beautiful smile spreading in the air. A sharp voice followed. You, human beings, are the ones prone to forgetfulness, Abdullah. The King of the Kings, your Lord, the one who provides for you, does not forget anything. As for my anger, it never overshadows my mercy. You remembered me your entire life with hope and fear. I will also remember you. With forgiveness and mercy. However, there was a moment of a kingly pause. Then he continued. Glorified is He. For your consolation, I am sending Salih along with you. He will look after you. This is the account of my first meeting with Salih, and the real reason for the benefit of his company. I did not have the physical body during my life in Barzakh. Here, my feelings, emotions, experiences, and observations were akin to a dream. It was a non-physical life, but one full of insight. I had full realization of the blessings that awaited me in the paradise. Salih used to visit me regularly whenever I wished for him to do so. Whenever he would come, he would inform me about all sorts of new things and answer all my questions. Slowly, our friendship became stronger. In our last meeting, he told me that life was about to begin. Hence, today, along with him, I was crossing the vast plain of the Day of Judgment, rapidly moving towards the throne. As I was walking along with Salih, I looked around. It was a never-ending plain field as far as the eyes could see. The atmosphere felt like it used to be just after dusk, before sunrise, around the time of morning prayers. It was as if daybreak was about to scatter all around. At that time, I could see only a handful of people in the field, albeit those who were present had the same destination. I wondered if anyone among those people was a prophet or a messenger. I looked towards Salih. He knew what I wanted to know. He replied, "All of them woke up earlier. We are in fact going towards them." "Will I get a chance to meet them?" I asked him eagerly, excited like a child. He stopped walking and spoke gently. "In fact, your life will now be spent among them, Abdullah. You have still not managed to grasp what is happening. The test has finished now. There is no facade anymore. Life is now beginning in real, and in this life, righteous people will live among the righteous forever, and the ones who are wicked shall live among people who are wicked." The truth was that I had still not recovered yet from the shock of all that was happening. In fact, the entire introduction to this new world had already taken place in the world of the Barzakh. That was a kind of non-physical world, but now, here on this day of judgment, everything was like the physical world in which I lived previously. My hands and feet, my feelings, and the earth and the sky around me, everything was similar to what I was used to in the previous world. Therefore, I had a home, a family, a neighborhood, a region, a nation, and a nation. Suddenly, there was an explosion in my head. I stopped immediately and asked Salih while holding him with both my hands, "Where is my family, my relatives, my friends? Where are they? What will happen to them? Why can I not see them?" Salih answered while avoiding my gaze, "Don't ask me such questions, Abdullah, that I do not know the answers to. Every person is on his own today. No one can benefit anyone else. If their deeds are good, then remain confident that they will end up meeting you. No injustice shall be done to them. But if it is to the contrary, then..." Salih left the sentence incomplete and became silent. On hearing his reply, my mood became downcast. He put his hand on my shoulder and tried to elevate my spirit in these words: "Have faith in God. You are a fighting soldier in God's army. For this reason, you have risen before others. Rest of the people are rising up now. Those people will also meet you, God willing, in the right circumstances. For the moment, continue to move ahead." My morale rose due to his reassurance, and I started to walk briskly along with him. The end of chapter 1. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When Life Begins, by Abu Yahya. Chapter 2. In the Shadow of the Throne. We were moving forwards like delicate and fast-moving gusts of wind. The movement did not feel tiresome. Rather, it felt enjoyable. I'm not sure how much distance we had covered before Salih spoke. In the shadows of the divine throne, we are about to enter the territory of guardians. Look ahead. There is a visible crowd of angels. Behind them is a tall door. That is the door to gain entry to the inside. On Salih's prompting, I focused my gaze in front, and I indeed saw the angels and the door behind them. However, this door was peculiar because it was standing there without any supporting walls. Or perhaps the walls were invisible because nothing was perceptible behind the door. It was as if an invisible veil was there and it had obscured all the view behind the door. However, after hearing his words, my steps gained momentum. and the distance began to recede rapidly. The door was still far away, but I could now see the angels clearly. These were very tall and stern-looking angels, and in their hands were whips of fire, which made me very uneasy. I grasped Salih's hand firmly, and whilst trying to stop him, pleading, "You are perhaps heading in the wrong direction, Salih. They appear to be the angels of chastisement." "Keep moving," he replied without stopping. Reluctantly, I had to follow him. However, I ensured that I was walking 2 steps behind him so that in case we had to turn and run, I would be ahead of him. Salih had understood my feelings and he felt it necessary to give an explanation. "Indeed, they are the angels of chastisement. Indeed, they are the angels of chastisement. And they are stood here so that they can beat me up to wipe me clean of my sins. And they are stood here so that they are standing here so that they can beat me up to wipe me clean of my sins." I interrupted him in mid sentence. He started to chuckle. He started to chuckle on hearing my words and replied, "Remember, if you were to be beaten up, running away would not be beneficial. No one can match the pace and might of these angels. For your information, they are not standing here to beat you up. They are only here to discourage any criminal of God from coming this way." As we approached them, they separated into 2 groups to make way for us. They also kindly pulled the whips behind them. I was hoping that they would smile or show expressions of joy on seeing us, but despite my best efforts, I could not detect any sign of it. Salih commented, "One of the reasons for their presence over here is that to make you appreciate the blessing of God that saved you from angels like them." Involuntarily, I uttered words of praise for the Lord. We passed through the angels and approached the door, which opened automatically. As soon as it opened, I could see a picturesque view. This land appeared to be specially gifted with the blessings of the divine throne. I felt pleasant cold wind seeping through to my core, while an aroma of enchanting fragrances enthralled my sense of smell. As we entered through the door, I saw rows after rows of angels stood in front of us. They all looked very attractive, and their faces displayed beautiful smiles. They stood in reverential attentiveness with their hands held together in front of them. As we passed between them, they greeted us with prayers, salams, and welcoming words. I could feel the warmth of their genuinely welcoming behavior deep inside my soul. The fragrances emanating from their bodies were overwhelming my emotions. When I entered this place, I felt a sensation of an extraordinary change within me. However, at that time, all my attention was focused on the angels and the pleasant environment around me, so I did not pay much attention to it and attributed it to a change in the environment. As we walked along, a thought came to my mind, and I whispered in Salih's ear, "I can appreciate that these people are welcoming me because they regard me as a person who succeeded, but I don't know any one of them personally. Are you acquainted with any of them?" Salih laughed on hearing this and replied, "Abdullah, today every person will be recognized by what is on his forehead. You may not be aware of it, but your whole introduction is recorded on your forehead. Just keep watching what happens next." A handsome angel who stood at the end of the row and appeared to be their leader came to me and greeted me, calling me by my name. I greeted him back. He then spoke in a soft and affectionate tone. "Congratulations on an everlasting success." I thanked him. He replied, "Would you like to look in a mirror?" I could not decide if he was serious or trying to be witty, as I could not think of a reason to look in a mirror. But he did not wait for my reply. He signaled to an angel, and the next moment there was a full-length mirror in front of me. I looked into the mirror and realized that this was some sort of a practical joke. as this was not a mirror but an extremely beautiful and lifelike portrait of a handsome young man. In fact, he was a prince pictured standing there dressed in a royal attire. However, this portrait did not really look like a painting. In fact, it seemed as if a real man was standing there in front of the mirror. I looked at the angel and said smilingly, "Your sense of humor is good, but the painting is ever better. You seem to be the painter, but who is the model?" The angel replied in a very serious tone, "The painter is Al-Musawwir, the divine photographer himself. However, you are the model." He signaled to Saleh, who came close and turned my face with his hand towards the portrait again. Now I could also see Saleh and the portrait along with that young man. In amazement, I looked back and forth many times at Saleh and the man in the mirror, about whom both of them were insisting that in fact it was my own reflection. "But surely this is not I said in an excited voice. Saleh replied by quoting this verse, "O the life of the whole world, is this someone like you, or you yourself? O the life of the whole world, is this someone like you, or you yourself? But how is this possible? I used to be an old man, and even when I was young, I was nothing like that," I replied. This time the angel answered my question. "You have left the world of impossibilities behind to enter the world of possibilities. You have come from the word of men to the word of God. Today no one would look anything like he used to appear to other people in the previous world. Instead, today every person would look like the way he used to appear in his Lord. In the eyes of your Lord, the appearances are determined not by flesh, but by a person's faith, values, and deeds. Today he has created you in the form he perceived you while you were in the previous world. By the way, this is also a temporary arrangement. Your definitive personality and appearance would only emerge once your standing is conclusively determined in paradise. For now, please move on, as quite a few people are waiting for you." We were heading forward. I was now able to fully appreciate the transformation that took place in me when I entered the shadows of the divine throne. My walk reflected the confidence that I felt. It was perhaps the effect of seeing my reflection in that mirror, but at last I had started to really believe in the fact that the Lord of Kaaba had blessed me with the ultimate success. All the problems that I had to deal with every day in my life now seemed like a long forgotten dream. I had never imagined that the deprivations, patience, and hard work of my previous life would bear such sweet fruit. I have often read abstracts about life and the hereafter in the Quran, and sayings ascribed to the Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessing be upon him. However, the fact of the matter is that there is a huge difference between what words describe and what the eyes can see, ears can hear, and other senses can feel. Today, when I could see all these facts in front of my eyes, it was a bit too much for me. I had realized even during my previous life that I would probably succeed in the hereafter, but I did not have the faintest clue that this success would be so spectacular. "You have still not fully appreciated this, Abdullah," said Saleh, who was somehow able to read my thoughts. I became even more attentive on hearing this. He continued, "The real life has not started yet. You are still in the temporary stage of the judgment day. The real life will begin in the paradise. Then you will see the payback by God. That would be the time to pay tributes. For the time being, look ahead and see where we stand." His comments made me realize that I had become completely oblivious to my surroundings. I looked around. We stood in a sprawling, abundant green plain. The sun was shining bright. Its light was bright but not intense. The ground was covered in shade, though I could not see any clouds in the sky. The earth was green in color, Perhaps it was the effect of this greenery that the sky had an emerald tinge to it instead of the usual shades of blue. There was a sky-high mountain in the middle of the plain. It was sky-high literally, as it seemed from where we stood that its peak was attached to the sky. There was a pleasing, fragrant aroma everywhere. It was a new scent for me, but it utterly mesmerized my senses. I could hear songs in the background mixed with pleasant notes, and hear the melody directly in my head without the aid of my senses. This seamless blend of fragrance and harmony in perfect proportions resulted in such a state of serenity and trance that I felt that my existence was about to melt away. I stood at one spot and closed my eyes to relish this sensation even more. Seeing me in this state, Salih said, "The name of this mountain is Arafah. Let us go around it. I will provide you more details about it as we go along." I went along with him in silence. We started our journey from the right side of the mountain. We had gone only a short distance when I saw a part of the mountain displaying sign, "The Nation of Adam." I asked Salih, "Is Adam, may peace be upon him, over here?" He replied, "No, all the prophets are presently on the higher parts of the mountain. You will see more of these signs displaying the names of nations of various prophets as we go further. All the successful people like yourself from every nation will gather at these designated spots. So will I have to go to the camp for the nation of Prophet Muhammad?" I asked eagerly. Salih shook his head and said, "The successful people will wait in these camps, and at the end of the day of judgment they will be taken to paradise from here. You, on the other hand, need to go to the top of the mountain. Over there the prophets and all those people from their respective nations have gathered who achieved the status of being witnesses to the truth in support of their prophets. They will witness the judgment of the Almighty regarding the human beings from over there. They will also be called upon to give their testimony. Every unsuccessful person will be taken towards hell from the plane of judgment, whereas all the successful ones will be brought over to the camps of their prophets on the mountain. Every nation will then be taken to paradise from here, one after the other. One can also observe from the top every judgment that is passed in the plane of judgment. One can also see the paradise and the hell from over there." We were talking, and one by one passing by the designated spots of the nations of various prophets. There were only a few people visible in these camps. I asked Salih, "Seems like not everybody is here yet." He replied, "No, that is not the case. In reality, the number of successful people from the nations of other prophets is quite low. A large number of them belong to the Israelites, and the highest number belongs to the nation of Prophet Muhammad. We have not yet reached the camps of these two nations, although at the moment there are not many people there anyway. They will start to increase in number soon. Come on, let's go higher up. A trip around this mountain would take too long." I have always enjoyed climbing heights. However, this was perhaps the strangest mountain I had come across. On the face of it, it looked very tall and seemed to touch the sky. But from the top we could see the ground at the foot of the mountain, as if it was only a few floors below us. The place that looked like the summit when standing on the ground was in fact a plateau. However, this flat plain had various tall fortress-like structures scattered all over it, but they did not have any surrounding walls or doors, so it was possible to observe them from outside. I could see that there were servants walking about, and other luxuries appropriate only for royalty were visible. Personalities of high stature, wearing crowns, were seated on an outstanding throne. Around them sat on chairs were people who appeared to be of similar standing. I asked Salih about them. He replied, "These are temporary abodes of various prophets. People sitting around them are the Shuhada and Siddiqeen belonging to their nations. Siddiqeen are the people who supported their prophets during their lifetimes, whereas Shuhada are the ones who propagated the message onwards after the prophet had passed away. All of them are people who lived in the world for the sake of God and died in His way. This success and prestige surrounding them today is the reward for their sacrifices. Can I meet the esteemed prophets? I asked. There isn't enough time to meet all, but we can certainly meet a few of them. He replied and then started to introduce me one by one to the great prophets of God. I was meeting the prophets who had always been symbols of greatness for me. I met Adam, Noah, Hud, Salih, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Shu'aib, Moses, Harun, Aaron, Jonah, Yunus, David, Dawood, Solomon, Sulaiman, Zachariah, John the Baptist, Yahya, Jesus, Isa, and foremost, the father of prophets, Prophet Abraham, Ibrahim. May God bless them all. Every one of them greeted me with an embrace and a kiss on the forehead, and then congratulated me on my success. We moved on after a brief conversation with these personalities of highest stature. However, I felt during my conversation with them that they were a bit concerned and distracted. I asked Salih about it, who answered, "You are not aware of it, but there is a state of calamity presently in the plane of judgment. Every prophet is concerned at the moment about the fate of the humanity. The wrath of God is so severe that no prophet wants his nation to face it. They would like the Almighty to forgive everyone. However, so far there is no chance of that happening. It is not possible to make such a prayer, and neither is any of them allowed to pray for such an outcome. People have suffered now for centuries, and so far there is no sign of start of accountability process." I exclaimed in a surprised tone, "For centuries? How come? It has only been a couple of hours since we came in." He explained, "This is what you think, Salih. Today is only a few hours long for the successful people, whereas for those outside it is an extremely lengthy day, full of hardship and difficulty. Centuries have passed outside, but you may find it difficult to understand this fully." I could not fully understand what he was saying, but obviously everything was possible in the world I was in. I wondered how many more strange happenings were waiting to unfold in front of my eyes. The companions of the Prophet, including the Muhajirin immigrants and the Ansar helpers, were sitting respectfully in a circle. There were also a big number of people belonging to the earlier and late periods of the nation of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was sat in the middle with his head bowed. Everything looked all right apparently, but I could sense that even here there was the same of concern and unease that I had observed before with the other prophets. The Prophet of God, may peace be upon him, is busy at the moment in praying to the Almighty, the one and the only. We need to sit down and wait, said Salih as he headed towards the chairs at the rear. We sat on the chairs at the back. It was difficult to see from there as to what was happening at the front. I asked Salih, when would this accountability start? I don't know. No one knows, he replied. I became silent on hearing his reply and sat back, resting my head on the chair. I do not know how much time had elapsed when I heard Salih saying something to me. Wake up, Abdullah, look, someone is here to meet you. On hearing his voice, I opened my eyes and quickly stood up. I saw a very respectable looking personality standing in front of me. He had a smile on his face and I could feel affection in his eyes. Before Salih could say anything, he introduced him, speaking in a soft tone. Welcome, Abdullah. I am Abu Bakr. I am here to welcome you on behalf of the Prophet. As he said these words, he extended his hands, feeling quite excited. I gave him a hug. After the initial introduction, he took to the inside, away from other people, and sat on a chair. I asked him as soon as we sat down, when would I be able to meet the Prophet? May peace be upon him. He is presently busy in praying and thanking the Almighty. You will be able to meet him later. Now the most important news is that Almighty has accepted his prayer for commencement of the accountability. The moment when the Almighty accepted his plea, you had also prayed for something. The moment when the Almighty accepted his plea, you had also prayed for something. Did not you want to go back to the plane of judgment and see what was happening over there? The Almighty has allowed you to do so. The accountability will start in a short while. In a short while you can see what is happening to people until then, the Prophet sent me to you with this message. Expressions of joy appeared on my face when I heard this. The messenger of the Prophet also smiled when he saw my joy. He continued after a pause. The atmosphere is very severe outside. Salih would be with you, but it would be better if you drink this before you go. This drink will protect you from afflictions outside. He then offered me a glittering golden glass. Lying next to him, I took it in both my hands and started to drink it. A strange thing happened as soon as the glass touched my lips. Although I was not thirsty at all, nor was I experiencing any sort of discomfort or restlessness, but the satisfaction I got from the first sip was such that it would have surpassed the gratification a person would have had on having the first sip of water after centuries of thirst. As soon as the first mouthful went down my throat, I realized for the first time what was the real meaning of words like delight, fulfillment, serenity, sweetness, and freshness. This experience was so unique that I do not think any human would have ever had this experience before. I experienced an intense feeling of satisfaction and exhilaration passing through each and every vein in my body with every drop of this drink, as I felt every drop pass from my tongue to my throat, from the throat to my chest, and from the chest to my stomach. I wanted to finish the whole drink in one gulp, but the immense respect of the esteemed personalities sitting in front of me prohibited me from doing so. I asked him in a subdued voice, "What is this?" He replied, "This is the first introduction to your new life and the new world. This is a drink from Kawthar. After you drink this, the heat and thirst of the plane of judgment will not bother you." I realized straight away, as I heard these words, that why did this drink have such an extraordinary effect on me? This was water from the stream of Kawthar in the paradise, and undoubtedly had all the characteristics I had heard about during my life. I also began to appreciate at that moment about the real nature of comforts in the paradise. In the previous world, the delight from food and drink was because of two things. Firstly, it required a person to be hungry, and secondly, the edible item needed to be tasty. In the paradise, everything would be extremely delicious, but even in the absence of thirst and hunger, it would still provide the same satisfaction and a pleasure that only a very hungry and thirsty person used to get in the previous world. I came to understand now that in the paradise there would no hunger or thirst. However, there would be no hunger or thirst. However, one would be able to eat as much as one is pleased with, without experiencing any uncomfortable fullness or satiety. End of chapter 2. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When life begins, by Abu Yahya. Chapter 3, the Plain of Judgment Day. Both of us were walking rapidly again. As soon as we left the boundary of the throne, we encountered an extremely hot and humid atmosphere. It felt that instead of the usual 90 million miles, the distance between the sun and the earth had reduced to a mere mile. There was no wind. Everyone was drenched in sweat. There was no sign of water anywhere. I was under the influence of the drink from Kawthar. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to spend even a second in this atmosphere. But I could see that there were countless people in a very weary state staggering around in the same suffocating atmosphere. Their faces displayed horror and their eyes were full of fear. Their hair was covered in dust and their bodies were soaked in sweat. Dirt was all over them. Their feet were blister-ridden, with pus oozing out of the blisters. I had never seen such a scene of despair and fear in my life before. There was disorder and disarray wherever one looked. Every person seemed concerned only for his own self. I was searching for any familiar faces. The first recognizable face that I came across was that of my teacher, Farhan Ahmed. He saw me from a distance and immediately turned away, trying to avoid eye contact. I said to Saleh, "Stop him, Saleh. He is my teacher. I want to talk to him." But instead he stopped me from moving towards him, then said in a remorseful voice, "Listen, Abdullah, do not add to the humiliation of your teacher. If someone appears to you in a humiliated state over here today, that implies that he has been treated with justice. That person has been found lacking in the scales of divine justice. That is why he is in such a state." I replied with anguish, "But Salih, I learned all about belief in God, focusing on the hereafter and ethical values from him." "You may have," Salih replied carelessly. He continued, "However, his knowledge failed to become a part of his personality. Look, God does not pass a judgment about anyone on the basis of that person's knowledge. The fundamental factors that determine the decision are his deeds, character, and personality. The role of knowledge is in reality to help lay the foundation of one's personality on a sound footing. If the personality is not set on the right foundations, all this knowledge in fact becomes harmful for that person. As a Persian poet once said, when knowledge is skin deep, it is nothing but a poisonous snake. When knowledge sinks deep into your heart, it becomes your best friend." The same thing happened to your teacher Abdullah. He was a good writer, he talked well too, but his character and personality did not reflect what he preached. Therefore, in a way, he was also nurturing snakes in his sleeve. Today, these snakes of knowledge have bit him hard. When you see people over here today, their external form will not represent what they used to project with their attire and words in the previous life. Their appearance today will be a true reflection of what their inner personality was really like in the bygone life. Remember, God does not judge people on the basis of their words and external appearance. He only looks at their deeds and their personality. In particular, people with knowledge would face a tougher accountability today. Many excuses that would be acceptable from ordinary people on account of their lack of knowledge would not be considered as acceptable justifications coming from scholars. "But he sacrificed a lot," I said in his defense. "True, but he got his compensation while he was still alive," Salih replied. He continued further, "Errors in knowledge may be overlooked today. However, failings in personality and deeds will lead people to the same state as your teacher is in today. Anyway, the day has only started yet. Just watch what happens till the end." I kept standing for a long time in a state of shock. I was an orphan with no one to look after me. My teacher meant everything to me. He was my mentor. He helped me in my education, arranged my marriage, and gave me a purpose in life. He was dearer to me than a real father, so I was shocked to find him in this state. I became quite oblivious to my surroundings while in this state. Around me, endless number of people were walking, running, and struggling along. Loud echoes of the roaring flames were mixed together with the shouts, cries, and wails of people. People were busy taunting each other, hurling abuses at each other, and blaming each other. Many were engaged in full-blown scuffles and fights. Around me, endless number of people were walking. Around me, some were holding their heads in their hands, while others poured dirt on their faces. I could see people hiding their faces in shame. Others were bearing disgrace. Some were banging their heads on stones. Others were beating their chest in anguish. Some were blaming themselves, while others were having a go at their mothers, fathers, wives, children, friends, or leaders, holding them responsible for their ruin. All of them had the same problems. The day of judgment had arrived, and they had not prepared for it. Now they could blame others or themselves, they could mourn or be patient, but it was not possible to change anything now. Now there was only a wait for the arrival of the Master of the universe, following which the accountability was to begin, and the destiny of every person was determined with absolute justice. However, I kept standing aloof from all that was going on around me for God knows how long. Suddenly a person nearby cried out, "Ah, I was better off dead. Even the pit of grave was better than this." His screaming voice made me aware of my surroundings again. In an instant, all my memories from the start until the end were refreshed in my mind again. I turned back and looked at Saleh. He was staring at me with a blank expression on his face. He said, "Abdullah, you chose to come here to the plane of judgment, leaving your allocated station behind in order to observe the happenings over here. It is inevitable that you would come across more scenes like this, so you need to be mentally prepared. To save you from more shocks, I have to inform you that right now, one of your daughters, Layla, and your son, Jamshid, are also present on this plane of judgment. Both are in trouble." Saleh's words shook me to the core. I started to feel dizzy and sat down on the ground, holding my head in my hands. Saleh also sat down quietly next to me. Tears were running down my face. However, no one around me took any notice. For today, no one cared about what was happening to others. Why was this person sitting on the ground? Why was someone stood up? Why was that person lying down? Why was somebody crying? Who was yelling and wailing? Nobody cared. Today, every person was concerned only about his or her own self. No one had the time or the inclination to stop by and inquire after me. People passed by us indifferently. After a while, I asked Saleh, "What is going to happen now?" Obviously, the accountability will start. Only then would we know something for sure. He replied bluntly. He explained further. Those people who made this day their foremost priority and lived their lives preparing for it have woken up today in the fortunate position of having been declared successful beforehand. These people include those who fulfilled the requirement of true faith and morality, as well as those people who strived hard in the way of their Lord. They only reaped goodness in their lives. They fulfilled the rights of fellow human beings and the obligations of their Creator. So for them, the death itself was a harbinger of relief from the trials of the previous world. They have received divine protection since the start of this day of judgment. But everyone committed mistakes in their lives, didn't they? I asked. True, they made mistakes too. However, their good deeds cancelled out their minor sins. The tears of repentance they shed immediately after committing any significant mistakes washed those significant mistakes away. Today, all those people are under the shadow of the throne. They will only face a brief ceremonial accountability before their eternal success is declared. In contrast, those people who committed major sins that practically invalidated one's faith, like rejection of the truth, assigning partners to God, hypocrisy, murder, fornication, rape, apostasy, dishonesty, and wealth belonging to orphans, repeatedly ignoring the boundaries set by God, and all other sins of similar nature will be sentenced to hell. Saleh explained below in detail. But there are always human beings who fall in between the two extremes. What will happen to them? I asked. Saleh replied, "You're right. There are people who have faith in their hearts as well as some good deeds to show for themselves. But they committed many sins and did not repent. Such people will have to bear the harshness of the day of judgment as a payback for their misdeeds. Only then they may have a chance of forgiveness. All those people stuck on the plane of judgment today are those people who are either major criminals destined for hell, or those people who had faith but also committed many sins. So the distress they undergo today is directly related to the number of sins they have committed as well as the gravity of their sins. The ones with fewer sins will be relieved right at the start of the accountability. However, as I mentioned before, the time that has elapsed so far is equal hundreds of years of your previous life. Even if these people are pardoned at the very beginning of the questioning, the centuries spent on the plane of judgment are enough to eliminate any lingering after effects of the misdeeds committed in those 50 years of life. Whereas people with a lot of sins under their belts may have to bear the hardship, sufferings, and toils of this extremely harsh environment for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years to come. I thought in my heart that sins used to seem so trivial in the previous world, but today they have caused so much misery. Alas, if only people had not considered their sins as trivial, if only they had developed a regular habit of repentance, if only they had realized the seriousness of evils like backbiting, spitefulness, wasting money, pomp and show, slander, etc. If they had appreciated the significance of the rights of God and other people, if they had stayed away from disobedience to God and had instead followed the way of the holy prophets, they would have managed to avoid the present situation where the short-lived gratification of each sin has turned into a distress spanning centuries. I asked Saleh, does anyone know at this time if he or she will be pardoned, and if so, in what manner? Saleh replied, this is the real predicament. No one over here knows what future holds for him or if there is any hope for salvation. Only God knows. This is the reason the last prophet of God as well as other prophets and messengers were praying for the commencement of accountability. If this happens, at least the ones with true faith in their hearts would get salvation after going through the process of accountability. You are well aware that no one is able to say even a single word to help someone else, nor is that allowed today. The good news is that the Prophet's prayer has been accepted. His representative Abu Bakr the Truthful conveyed that news to you in person. But I can see no sign of beginning of accountability. I asked Saleh with surprise. He replied, the Almighty has accepted the request, but as far as its application is concerned, He will do so in accordance with His own larger plan and wisdom. It is possible that all of the people who emerged from their graves have not reached here yet. I replied, what do you mean? Have they not managed to get here despite centuries having been elapsed? He replied, how do you think they will get here? Do you think they will use airplanes, trains, buses, cars to commute? Today everyone is rushing here on foot. The noise of Archangel Raphael's trumpet had forced people to head in this direction. The Almighty has parted oceans and flattened mountains to allow people to get here easily, but even then it will take them some time as they are on foot. The only exception is the righteous people who were accompanied by angels who brought them here straight away. Anyway, let's see what is happening to the people gathered here until the accountability begins. If I remember correctly, this was the reason you came here, right? Saleh held my hand and started to walk ahead without waiting for my response. People's faces were glowing red with the heat. Wind was blowing dirt and rubbish all around. People were roaming around wretchedly, alone and in groups. I was unsuccessfully trying to find a familiar face in that crowd. Suddenly a girl appeared out of nowhere, and before I could have a look at her face, she fell down in my feet and started to sob uncontrollably. I looked towards Saleh uncomfortably. He said to the girl in a cold voice, get up, get up. I don't know what was in Saleh's voice. I could feel a chill in my spine. The girl also pulled herself up, looking quite scared. I now looked at her face. It looked murky due to the effects of fear, apprehension, and grief. The face and hairs were full of dirt. Her lips looked like parchment, and her horror-stricken eyes had prominent shades of fear and terror in them. Suddenly, an unbearable wave of anguish passed through my body. The first time I had seen that face, I had involuntarily praised its beauty. It had a glowing white color like a star, an eye-catching profile, attractive features, rose-like lips, a blue tinge to the eyes, and jet black hair. God had bestowed it with such natural beauty that it did not require any makeup or adornments. However, today this face looked completely different. The beauty of years gone by was now buried deep under layers of grief and sorrows of the judgment day. This person standing in front of me as a living picture of utter lament, horror, pain, and remorse was in fact Huma, my daughter-in-law and the wife of my eldest son, Jamshid. Father, please save me. I am in a lot of pain. This place will kill me. I didn't face any major problem in my life, but now it seems to me that I will not get any ease ever again. For God's sake, take pity on me. You are very close to God. Please save me. Huma stopped mid-sentence and started weeping. Where is Jamshid? I felt my heart beating in my throat as I asked her. He's around. He has also been searching for you, but this is such a big place and there are so many people that it is impossible to find anyone. He is also in a bad state. He was very angry with me. As soon as he met me, he slapped me on my face and held me responsible for his fate. I am a bad person, Father. I destroyed myself as well as my family. Please forgive me and save me. I am petrified of God's retribution. I cannot bear it. Huma was inconsolable with tears running down her cheeks. Fatherly emotions started to rise in my chest. After all, she was my daughter-in-law. But before I could say anything, Salih spoke again with the same brutal voice. You should have thought of that in the previous world, Madame. You have come to your senses today, but do you remember how you were like in the world? Maybe you don't remember. Let me remind you. Salih made a gesture and suddenly a scene appeared in front of us. It was Jamshid and Huma's bedroom. I felt as if I was standing in the middle of the room along with them, able to see and hear everything as if I was really there. Jamshid, I cannot live in this country anymore. We should move to a Western country, said Huma as she sat at the dressing table brushing her shortly cut hair. Jamshid was lying on the bed watching TV. He didn't reply. Did you hear what I said, Jamshid? Yes, I heard you. My whole family lives over here. How I can leave them behind? Have you not left them behind and moved in with me? This is different. At least I go and see them once a week now. Secondly, we go on foreign trips every year anyway. So what's the point in moving abroad? No, children are growing up fast. I would like to bring them up abroad. But I want my kids to enjoy the benefit of my parents' company. I didn't get any share of my parents' goodness. At least I would want my children to be good. I want the kids to stay away from your parents, Jamshid. Even if one of the kids gets inspired by your family, his life will be ruined. The phone rang. Jamshid picked it up. Some words were said at the other end. Jamshid put the phone down after saying okay and said to Huma, your dad is calling us down. Then he replied, why do you think so negatively about my parents? They accepted you as their daughter-in-law just for the sake of my happiness, despite the fact that they didn't approve of your ways. They didn't even disapprove of your decision for us to live separately from them. Hold on, that's not the case, said Huma snappily. They didn't like my ways, but you were madly in love with me, which forced them to give their blessings to our marriage. You have enjoyed a much better life with me over here since you left them. You are a business partner of my dad. You deal in millions. Your decisions to marry me has proven to be a win-win deal for you, Jamshid. You have not suffered any ill effect because of it. I don't know why, but when I hear you talk like this, it reminds me of what my dad used to say. He would say that the true verdict about profit and loss shall be passed on the day of judgment. Come on, Jamshid, stop this useless religious talk. Such ideas irritate me. There is no such thing as judgment day. This world's system has been running like this for millions of years. If you are smart, powerful, and wealthy, you are the winner. All others are losers and idiots. Moreover, you know this judgment day talk is nothing but rubbish. By the way, for your kind information. My dad has this assurance from his priest that he will have him spared on the day of judgment. My dad donates a lot of money to him. Yes, obviously the way we earn money, by illegal profiteering, violation of the law, and other means prohibited in our religion, we have to make it untainted somehow. I know all about it. Your dad and Chaudhry Mukhtar are business partners in various ventures. They make money by dishonest means. Really? If you are so concerned about halal haram and dishonesty, why don't you leave his business? I can leave the business, but I can't leave you. I am well aware that if I am employed somewhere, I would not be able to afford your expenditures or maintain your current standard of living. Alas, my love for you has left me stranded in the middle of nowhere. In fact, I belong to a family in which all that matters is whether money is earned by religiously lawful means or not. That's why they are living such a miserable middle-class life. You are lucky that you moved out with me. Otherwise, just like your brothers, you would have owned just a motorbike or a mere 800cc car and would have died after living a pathetic life in a flat somewhere. We all have to die one day, whether we live a good life or a deprived one. Who knows what will happen to us in the hereafter? Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. We will enjoy a life of luxury over there too. Even your God will not be able to do anything against the wishes of my dad's priest. Don't utter these words of blasphemy. My God, if only God was still with me, if I haven't remained loyal to God, then why would he remain on my side? As Jamshid said these words, his voice became heavy and his eyes became wet. However, Huma did not see the tears running down his face, as all her attention was focused at the mirror. She got up after she finished her makeup and said to Jamshid, "Okay, stop this pointless discussion. Let's go downstairs. Dad is waiting for us." Saleh signaled again and the scene disappeared from around us. As it disappeared, any lingering hope that Huma may have had disappeared with it. Saleh spoke again in the same brutal and deadly tone. "Did you see that? Every single word that came out of your mouth was recorded. So go, madame, go and find your priest who had the power to have you spared, the one in front of whom even God could not." Saleh left the sentence incomplete, but the anger that emanated from his voice while he repeated Huma's words even shook me with its intensity. Huma turned white with fear. Before Saleh could say anything else, she ran away screaming. I started to crumble inside after seeing Jamshid in that scene. Obviously, like Huma, he was also wandering in this plane, suffering all these hardships. I wondered what would I do if Jamshid came in front of me in this state. I was still thinking about this when Saleh touched me on the back and said, "Come on, let's go." I do not know what was in his touch, but as soon as he touched me, the anxiety that had overtaken me became very subdued. I started to walk along with him, a bit more relaxed and fresh. Around us it was the same commotion of worried and horrified people. We had gone further only a little bit when I saw Mr. Chaudhry Mukhtar. He had probably seen me and was heading in my direction. Mr. Mukhtar was the business partner of Jamshid's father-in-law. He was my acquaintance only in this capacity. As he came closer, he tried to embrace me, but Saleh stopped him with a movement of his hand and said, "Talk from distance." His tone was so harsh that he seemed like a stranger to me. Despite this insult, Mr. Mukhtar's enthusiasm didn't fade. He said, "I was certain, Mr. Abdullah, that you would come looking for me. Do you remember that I had a mosque constructed and you used to pray in that mosque? In addition, I also used to help the poor." "I remember, Mr. Mukhtar," I replied in a low voice. "Then, please put in a word for me. I have been roaming around in misery for a long time. Whoever you see over here is only concerned for his own self. No one talks properly nor gives any advice." As he said this, He involuntarily looked at Salih. I also turned my head to look at him. He looked at me for an instant and then started to talk while staring at Mukhtar's face. You certainly had a mosque built, but it was not for the sake of God. Rather, you wanted a good name for yourself. When one donates money for the sake of God, one's head is turned down, hands are fastened, tone is low, and the heart is full of humility and fear of God. However, you were not like that. You wanted to be known by others as a pious person, so you had your wish granted during your life. Now you will have to answer how you earned all that money. And yes, it was not often that you spent money on a good cause. Why don't you tell us how you spent millions in order to get close to a famous movie star? You are guilty of fornication. You indulged in it not once but repeatedly. You fornicated with many different women. You had illicit relations with famous actresses and fashion models. Even if we leave aside how you spent your money, the way you earned the money included various prohibited and haram means. You were involved in adulteration. You hoarded supplies illegally. You sold goods at extortionist rates. The fundamental principles of your business were to steal electricity, commit fraud, and deprive employees of their rights. At the peak of your career, you formed a media group. On one of the TV channels belonging to your group, you used to show religious programs to keep the public happy, whereas on another one, you used to promote immoral attitudes and vulgarity in the society, all in the name of art and entertainment. Salih was speaking non-stop and words were flowing out of his mouth like arrows heading straight for their target. It was not possible for Mr. Mukhtar to respond to these, but he had nowhere to run. He kept listening with his head bowed in shame. The harshness in Salih's voice caused a dark expression to appear on Mr. Mukhtar's face. However, Salih did not stop and continued further. Look behind you, Mr. Mukhtar. Your mistress is standing behind you. Mr. Mukhtar turned around in haste. I also looked up to see who was behind him. In front of us was standing an old woman who had a face like a witch, and others was an extremely strong stench, and there was an extremely strong stench emanating from her body. Salih touched me again, which caused the smell to disappear, but I could see that Mukhtar could still smell it. The ugly woman moved forward towards Mr. Mukhtar, calling him by his first name. Mr. Mukhtar slowly started to retreat away from the woman, and then, without any warning, started running. That woman, or witch, whatever she was, also started to run after him. Who was that woman? I asked Salih after they had disappeared from sight. She used to be Mr. Mukhtar's mistress. She was famous in your days as an actress, dancer and model. Her name is Chamba. As Salih introduced her, I felt a shock. I said Chamba, but she used to be very pretty and people used to remember her for her beauty. Yes, not only did they talk about her, she was their ideal personality as well. Just see how that ideal personality of people now looks like. The woman used to spread vulgarity in the society with her explosive and revealing dances. God has decided that she will be imposed as a punishment in hell on those very people on whose heart she used to rule on, said Salih laughingly. I thought in my heart that lewdness and immorality had spread to its highest ever level during my time. Television allowed these actresses to reach the drawing rooms of all homes. The societies of that time had elevated women who spread vulgarity and nudity to the highest levels of respect and interest. For the owners of TV channels and film studios, these women were the cheapest and easiest way of making huge profits. They filled their coffers with money by promoting their filthy dances, enticing moves, and revealing garments. Young men were madly in love with them and wanted to marry women who looked and acted like them. Women used to style their clothes and makeup after them. It was because of them that girls of good moral character but ordinary appearance lost their true value in the society. So many of these virtuous women grew old all alone while waiting for spring to arrive in their gardens. Many left this world in silence, hiding the scars of society's lack of appreciation within their bosoms, deep under the cover of their indignant self-respect. My face started to show signs of anguish. Salih recognized these signs straight away. He held my hand and started to walk in one direction. He stopped after some time and said to me, God has made some arrangements to alleviate your suffering. However, before I show you that, it may be better if you see this scene from the world gone by. As he said these words, a scene started to run in front of my eyes like a movie. It felt as if I was a part of this scene and was able to understand all the relevant facts without the need for any description. The morning sunlight was now flowing into the room in spite of the curtains on the windows. It was time to go to college, but Shesta did not feel well enough to leave her warm bed and get ready on this cold winter day. It was her habit to study a little after the morning prayers before she would get ready for college, but today she had gone back to bed. She had not been feeling well since last night. No, I have to go to the college, otherwise my students will lag behind in their studies, and I need to make breakfast for father and mother as well, she thought to herself. She then gathered all her strength and got up from the bed. She slowly walked over to her parents' room next to hers. She opened the door slowly and looked inside. They were in a deep slumber. She smiled with satisfaction. Shesta had devoted her whole life to her family. She was only a child when her father got disabled. She was the eldest amongst three sisters. Somehow her mother managed to get them all educated, earning a paltry income by sewing clothes. After completing her education, she started to teach school children and later joined the faculty at a private college. This was a time for weaving dreams and making big plans. She was not too pretty, but youth is a beauty in itself. For Shesta, however, youth was a harbinger of new responsibilities without any room for dreams and desires. She was now responsible for the household expenditures, cost of father's medical treatment, house rent, and education of her two younger siblings. Both of them were good looking, so as they grew up, most marriage proposals went in their favor. Shesta did not erect any hurdles in the way of their happiness. She readily arranged their weddings and got them settled in their new homes. Her youth began to fade away in the process, and now she found herself alone with the sole responsibility of looking after her aging parents. Shesta kept her faith only in God during these difficult times. She loved God immensely. This love was so intense that none of the hardships in her life managed to breed any resentment in her. Shesta was regular in prayer and fast since childhood, but she became familiar with the true sweetness of God's love only after reading books of her spiritual teacher, Mr. Abdullah. It was now the aim of her It was now the aim of her life to transfer the true essence of God's love and submission into young hearts of her pupils. She was an excellent teacher and her students respected her immensely. It was for this reason that they always listened to her attentively. She always taught them with utmost enthusiasm. For some reason, Shesta felt sad today. It may have been because of the illness, but she felt depressed. She stood in front of the mirror after breakfast to get ready for college. She looked hard at her face. She could now see signs that her youth was fading away. A bitter smile appeared on her face as she mumbled to herself, Shesta, you lost. What did you achieve apart from loneliness? She closed her eyes. Perhaps she had accepted defeat. However, at that very moment, she started to hear echoes of the words of her teacher Abdullah in her ears. The one who makes a deal with God never suffers a loss. She opened her eyes with a smile and said to herself in a sustained voice, let's see, we will see what happens. It's not long to go away. The scene disappeared. I looked at Salih and said, I don't know this girl. You will get to know her now. By the way, whatever you wrote, it had a lasting effect. Salih replied and then started to walk in one direction. After some time, we reached a place where some stern-looking angels were standing. They looked similar to the ones we had seen under the throne, whose job was to stop ordinary people from heading in their direction. On seeing Salih, they allowed us to pass through. After a short distance, we came across a door. Salih opened the door and, still holding my hand, entered inside with me following behind. I realized straight away that the door was a gateway back to the other world, as on this side there was a completely different environment compared to the exhausting atmosphere in the plane of judgment. I said spontaneously, Salih, are we back around the tents of the prophets? He said smilingly, yes, the panacea for your grief can only be found here. We walked onwards and reached a magnificent tent. There was a very respectable looking man standing at the door with an enlightened face. He was a complete stranger to me. When we reached closer, Salih introduced me to him. This is Abdullah. He is the follower of Muhammad, Prophet of God from the last times. And this is Nihwar, a very close companion of Prophet Jeremiah. Nihwar, you wanted to meet him, didn't you? This was not only an introduction of the companion of a great prophet, but it also explained to me why I was there. I forwarded my hand for a handshake, but Nihwar hugged me enthusiastically instead. I said to him straight away, I have not had the honor of meeting Prophet Jeremiah yet, but to meet you is no less of an honor. The life of Prophet Jeremiah and the circumstances surrounding him were always a great source of guidance for me. I am very keen to meet him. As I said these words, the life story of this great prophet of Israelites was running in my mind. In the 6th century BC, the Israelites were in a state of severe moral decline. Due to their moral decline, they were suffering the divine punishment of political domination of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, which was a superpower of their time. Their leaders, however, did not address their moral weaknesses and focused instead on regaining political supremacy. Prophet Jeremiah highlighted the defects in their morals and faith and encouraged them to work on correction of their flaws instead of confronting a superpower. But his people did not listen to him. Instead, they hung him upside down in a well and then started an uprising against the rule of Nebuchadnezzar. The result of this was that Nebuchadnezzar descended on them like divine punishment and devastated Jerusalem. He killed 600,000 Jews and took an equal number along with him as slaves. As I was thinking about this, Nihwar replied to me, you will also meet him soon, God willing, but at the moment I want to introduce you to someone else. As he said this, he turned towards the tent and said to someone, come out for a second, look who has come to meet you. Straight away a girl came out from inside the tent and stood beside Nihwar. Her attire resembled that of the princess, and from her appearance and looks she looked like a fairy. She bowed her head down and greeted me with respect. She then said to me, you don't know me, but you are like a teacher to me, and by this relation I am your spiritual daughter. I am Shesta. I was once surrounded by dark shadows trying to lead me astray, but I found the light of God's true religion through your writings. You are the one who first introduced me to God. I discovered the true nature of a human being's relationship with God because of your work. And look at me now. God has bestowed me with a great honor. I am to be married to a companion of a great prophet. Salih had shown me the images of this girl only a few moments ago, but the radical change in her condition astonished me. The pleasure I felt due to my encounter with her is difficult to describe in words. I said to Shesta, I heartily congratulate both of you, and I hope you will invite me to your wedding. Yes, definitely. That's why I called you, so I could show Nihwar that these in-laws are not ordinary people. She replied smilingly, in that case, you selected the wrong person. I replied quickly. I then turned towards Nihwar and said to him, Nihwar, how? I said to him, however, Shesta's statement is absolutely correct. Your in-laws are not ordinary, and how could they be? Shesta belongs to the nation of Prophet Muhammad. This relationship to the last prophet makes her family very important. Salih interjected at this moment and said, this discussion about status and position can be completed at a later stage. At the moment, I have to take Abdullah back. Please excuse me. We left after saying goodbye to Nihwar and Shesta. Saleh said to me, on the way back, did this take care of your sorrow? I had just witnessed the immense blessing of God on His servants, which had left me speechless. I therefore kept quiet. Saleh continued, the girl managed to attain such a high position because of her patience. God tested Shesta by surrounding her with tough circumstances and an ordinary appearance. In spite of all the hardships, she remained steadfast and grateful to God and remained devoted to Him. You have seen today that those people who were not recompensed in the previous word have become worthy of a very high reward on account of their steadfastness. I stopped walking. I looked up at the sky, saw the Master of the sky in a new light, and then bowed my head down in gratitude and appreciation. Alhamdulillah. The end of chapter 3. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When life begins. Chapter 4, Ni'mah. As we walked along, we came close to the same door. As we walked along, we came close to the same door that led to the plane of judgment. I inquired from Saleh, do we have to go back to the plane of judgment now? Why has your interest to go there been lessened? He asked in a surprised tone. No, it's not that. I was just thinking that as I'm already here, then might as well meet my family. When we came here at the beginning, you took me straight up. By now, maybe my family members would have reached the camp of the last prophet's nation, right? You humans are used to conveying your emotions wrapped in envelopes of civility. Why won't you say clearly that you want to go to your family? Why do you keep uttering the words of family members? Saleh commented, chuckling, which made me blush. Then he smiled and said, don't be embarrassed, my friend. Let's go to her. This servant is appointed to fulfill your every desire. The meanings and connotations of roads, time and places had completely changed in this world. That is why the moment Saleh uttered these words, I found us near the mountain that had the camps of all the prophets and their nation. Perhaps I told you when we came here the first time that the name of this mountain is A'raf. Remember, you went on its summit. And look, there is the camp of the nation of the last prophet. The foot of the mountain in the area we were in was quite wide. That's why it had a lot of capacity to accommodate people, but despite that, the whole space was jam-packed with countless people. Such a big gathering was nowhere else to see around the mountain. I said to Saleh, it looks like all the Muslims have gathered here. No, in fact, very few are here. The nation of the last prophet is very large in numbers. That's why the number of the righteous people and the ones close to God is also very large in his nation. But most of the Muslims are still worriedly running around in the plane of judgment. So the Muslims of my era are going to be here too. Unfortunately, there are few people here from your era. There are a large number of people here from the ages close to the demise of the last prophet. Very few people from the last eras of humanity were able to reach here. Most of the Muslims of your era were either in love with worldly material things or involved in sectarianism. Both of these two types of people are enjoying a tour of the plane of judgment presently. That's why you will find very few of your acquaintances over here. You can meet the ones you know after entering the paradise during the grand gathering at the court. For the time being, we are only going to meet your family to give you peace of mind, and then we'll go back immediately. The accountability may start at any moment. What's this grand gathering at the court? I asked. After the accountability and judgment, when all the people destined for paradise enter it, they will be presented in the court of the Almighty. That meeting is known as the grand gathering at the court. In this court, the people of paradise will be awarded their formal titles and entitlements. This will also be an opportunity for the people to meet their Lord, as well as an occasion to honor the people who are considered to be close to the Almighty. I wanted to inquire more from him, but we reached quite near to the camp as we talked. The camp was a vast settlement of tents. In this habitation, the camps were set up in accordance with different time periods. The owners of some of the tents could be seen talking with one another outside their tents. I could see many of my companions and friends who had supported me immensely in spreading the word of God. I felt such joy in my heart on seeing them that I do not have words to describe it. These were the people who never let their youth, careers, families, or wishes onto themselves. They kept all of these to a limit and dedicated the rest of their time, abilities, wealth, and passion to the religion of God. It was the reward of these sacrifices that enabled them to achieve everlasting success they had been promised in the world before everyone else. We saw many of the distinguished personalities of the history of the Islamic nation. We greeted and said salam to people as we walked by. All of them invited us to dine with them in their camps, but Salih politely declined each one with gratitude. However, I did promise to meet all of them later on. On the way, Salih said, every one of these people is worthy enough to sit down and have a chat with. It's good that you have arranged to meet them later on. It won't be so easy to even make an appointment with some of these people later on. He stopped for a second and looking at me compassionately said, the fact is that even taking time for an appointment with you won't be that easy, Abdullah. You can't appreciate it yet, but you are going to be a personality of high stature in this new world. But the truth is that you were always a person of high stature in the scales of the Lord of the worlds. As Salih said this, he embraced me. Then he whispered in my ear, Abdullah, it's an honor for me to accompany you. I looked towards the sky and gently answered him. The real honor is to worship God, to invite His people towards His worship. It's an honor for me that God gave the honor of doing this service to someone as worthless as a tiny grain of sand. As I said this, my eyes started to fill with tears of gratitude. Yes, you're right, Abdullah. It's the Almighty who allows a grain of sand the privilege of reflecting the glorious sunrise. If you shined like the sun, it was by His grace. But this honor is only reserved for His sincere servants who dedicate their lives to His worship. The rebellious, the instigators of evil, and the neglectful people are never given this privilege. We started walking again and came close to a beautiful and delicately woven tent. We started walking again and came close to a beautifully and delicately woven tent. I could feel my heart beating faster in my chest. Salih turned towards me and asked, is your wife called Naima or Nama? I nodded in affirmative. Salih pointed towards the tent with his finger and said, this is her tent. Does she know that I'm here? I asked with a pounding heart. Salih answered, no. Then he gestured towards the tent and said, this is your destination. I slowly ambled towards the tent and after saying salam, sought permission to enter. My heart started to pound fiercely when I heard the voice emanating from inside the tent. Who are you? Abdullah. As soon as I uttered these words, the curtain was pulled up and darkness fell in the entire world. If there was any light in the world, it was emanating from the face in front of me. Time, era, centuries, and moments. Everything stopped. I just stood there, silently staring at her. The name Nama means radiance. But that this radiance can be so beautiful, I only realized it at that moment. The last time when we were together, our association of a lifetime had matured into a comfortable companionship of old age. It was a time in our lives when love doesn't depend on beauty and youth. But Naima had sacrificed all the wishes and desires of her youth for my sake. She was by my side even when I chose the thorn-filled ways over an easy life. She supported me through life's difficult moments and ups and downs to the best of her abilities until death did us apart. But today, as the transient curtain of death had pulled back, in front of me was a pearly white light of the moon, sparkle of the stars, light of the sun, fragrance of the flowers, delicateness of the buds, freshness of the dew, splendor of the morning light, and the beauty of the dusk twilight, all of them emanating from her face. I was trying to analyze the companionship of years in a few moments in my thoughts. Naima's eyes were wet as tears ran down her cheeks. I extended my hand to wipe the tears away, and taking her hands in mine, said, "Didn't I tell you, with a little wait and perseverance, we'll win this war? I believe in you, and now my faith has turned into reality. Feels like you went out of the house for a little while, and then came back. We persevered for a short while, and now we have won a great war. We had to win, Naama. God never loses, and neither do people who fight for His cause. They may have been at the back of the world, but they'll always be in front of everyone else in the hereafter. What happens now? Naama closed her eyes as she asked this, as if she was imagining the world of paradise which was about to begin. We spent our finite life in spreading the message of God. Now He will recompense us with the everlasting life in paradise. As I said this, I closed my eyes too. I could visualize every moment of my life full of toils and struggle. I had dedicated the best years of my youth and adult life in the service of God's religion. I had even devoted the abilities of my middle age and the diminishing strength of my old age in His way. I was an extraordinarily talented and intelligent person, and would have easily achieved the highest levels of success and accomplishment if I had made the life of the world as my priority. However, I had decided that if I had to achieve a career, an estate, a high status, and a name for myself, I would only do so in the world and the hereafter. All my life, I not only battled with myself over the desires of life, but I also battled against prejudices and emotions. I never let myself be contaminated by sectarianism, personality worship, or prejudices. I always tried to understand the religion of God with honesty and intellect, and then follow it with sincerity and honesty. I spread His religion in the entire world and ignored the rebukes. God blessed me with the love and friendship of Naima that gave me the fortitude to fight in every situation. And now we had won our war against the Satan. The struggle was over now, and it was time to celebrate. We were in the same state when Salih coughed to make us conscious of his presence. He said, "You can have an extended meeting later. We have to go right now." I returned to the present world. On hearing his words, I introduced Salih to Naima. "This is Salih," I then added with a laugh. "He never leaves me alone at any time." Naima looked at Salih and said, "I have met Salih before. He was the one who brought me here and informed me about you. Otherwise, I would have been very worried." I turned toward Salih and said, "When did you leave me to bring Naima here? You probably don't remember. When you were up on the summit and quietly praying to the Lord to allow you to proceed to the plane of judgment, I left your side. Abdullah, this is your weakness as well as your strength, that when you are with your Lord, you are completely oblivious to your surroundings. I was not in my senses a few moments ago either, but you didn't care to leave my side then. I was not in my senses a few moments ago either, but you didn't care to leave my side then. Well, if I had left you two together, then our next meeting would have been after the day of judgment. You know, you humans are very ungrateful. and forgetful too. Have you already forgotten where you were supposed to go? Okay, Naima, we need to go. You should stay here and I'll be back shortly. But what about our children? Asked Naima. They're fine. Why don't you go and search for them? They will be around somewhere close by. Otherwise, I'll bring them along myself in a short while. Right now, I need to return to the plane of judgment immediately. We will be able to meet and sit together all our lives afterwards. After Naima's last question, I could not afford to stay there any longer because then I would have had to tell her about the two of our offspring who had not managed to make it to here. This would have been very agonizing for Naima. Naima nodded, looking a bit puzzled. On our way back, I said to Saleh, in this life, many families will experience quite a lot of disintegration. Some people will lose their wives and vice versa. Obviously, this will happen, he replied. People had a chance to excel only in the past life, which is gone now. Over here, if someone is left behind, nothing can be done about it. However, no one will be alone over here. No one will wait for the ones left behind. New relationships will come in effect. New relationships will form. People will find new partners. There would be many new marriages. I don't think we will have same kind of family system here as we had in our past life, I commented. You're correct. Actually, the institution of family was established in the previous world because of some basic flaws in human nature. The basic purpose of a family was to take care of minors and the elders. Men were designated as heads of families to give strength and stability to the family. To keep the family intact, women were made weaker than the men in certain areas, whereas on the other hand, men were made dependent on women due to their certain inherent weaknesses. Women were not only a blessing for men, they were also a necessity for them. The system of the world could not have run in absence of this arrangement. But their paths would separate now. Women will still remain a source of pleasure and happiness for men, but women themselves will no longer be dependent on men. For obvious reasons, their worth and importance will increase, and so would their sense of importance. So it would be more beneficial to be a woman in this world. A woman would be able to attract a man's attention whenever she would please to do so. However, a man will have no control over her, although he would still remain in need of her. Yes, you're right. So, us men will be worse off. Yes, he replied. This is a serious problem. Is there any solution to it? I asked. In the world of paradise, there is a solution for every problem. The solution to this problem is the maidens of paradise. But the woman will be jealous of them. No, this is not going to be like this. When it comes to beauty and status, the maidens of paradise can never compete with the women of paradise. So the issue of jealousy will never arise. On account of their deeds, the women of paradise will enjoy a very high status and will be more beautiful than the maidens. They would not care about the other activities and interests of their husbands. Also, bear in mind that the paradise is the world of Almighty and not of humans. Do you know what is the difference between these two worlds? I just looked at him with a blank expression. He answered his question himself. In the worlds of humans, one feels jealousy of one's adversary in love. In this world, even the adversary is close to the heart. This looks like a convincing argument, but I guess only the woman of the paradise can pass judgment on it. Paradise is a place of abode for the purified people. By the grace of God, their purity will not allow any negative feelings to find space in their hearts. Instead of responding to my question directly, Salih stated the point in principle and then continued to explain further. Actually, you are still under the effects of the past world of humans. That was a world of trial. Therefore, negative emotions were also placed in the hearts along with the positive ones. These negative thoughts emanated from within the human personality. It was the responsibility of every pious man and woman to control these negative emotions emanating from within, regardless of the adverse surroundings and circumstances they found themselves in. You can understand this by the example of a human secretions like sweat, feces, urine, blood, etc., which originated from within the human body. but you were instructed to keep your body clean from them by doing ablution or taking a bath. Similarly, the negative emotions were also a filth emanating from within you. You are supposed to wash away these negative emotions like anger, hatred, falsehood, jealousy, arrogance, malice, and cruelty, etc. With the help of patience and resolve. The pious men and women had to bear this hardship all their lives, but today they will be liberated from all such hardships. What do you mean? I asked. I mean that neither will their bodies produce any unclean secretions, nor will they experience any negative thoughts or emotions. Paradise is a beautiful abode for beautiful people to live in. It has no room for any ugly emotions. But I think the learning point from the whole discussion is that the maidens of paradise are inferior to the women of paradise and are just good enough to make do. This is why the women will not be jealous of them. I added laughingly, poor Muslims were crazy for the maidens and experienced all sorts of taunts from other people for nothing. Salih responded to my joke in a serious tone and said, "You are wrong either way. The fact is that in heaven, men will no longer constitute an asset valuable enough for women to feel jealous about. As far as the maidens are concerned, do not insult them by calling them inferior and just good enough to make do. Although they are not like the women of paradise, you still cannot look down upon them." Okay, so tell me, how do they look? Okay, let me tell you how they look. They are the ultimate examples of feminine beauty and the last word when it comes to physical beauty. Their unparalleled beauty and elegant appearance do not require any makeup, garlands, pearl necklaces, or other adornments. The most beautiful ingredients from all parts of the universe are used for their creation. When one combines the colors of flowers, the delicateness of the wind, the drift of the rivers, the steadiness of the earth, the sparkle of the stars, the scent of the blooms, the light of the moon, the rays of the sun, the evenness of the sky, the elevations of the peaks, and the depths of the vales, only then one maiden of the paradise is created. Their splendor satisfies the ultimate possible scale of beauty. They are tall and white, with a golden complexion. Their skin from top to bottom is flawless and devoid of any defects. Their eyes are dark and big, but they change their color to match any dress. Their eyebrows are smooth, and their eyelashes are long. They keep their gaze lowered, but when they look up, those looks pass through the heart like an arrow. Their face is worth reading like a book. The forehead is wide, cheeks are reddish hue, nose is straight, lips are delicate rose petals, lips are delicate like rose petals, teeth shine like pearls, and when they speak, words feel like honey. Their hair is shiny and soft like silk. In contrast to their fair color and extends to their calves. Their voice is like sweet and melodious harmonies to the ears. Their words are like a shower of pearls, and their smile can brighten up a day. Their bodies smell of fragrances of modesty, while their breaths have a beautiful aroma. The velvet dress on their perfumed bodies and the shining jewelry that adorns them gives the appearance of the full moon, playing hide and seek with the clouds. Have you ever seen them? I asked. No, no one has ever seen them. Like others, I have only heard about them, which I am passing on to you. He then continued his discourse, but turned to poetry to further describe their beauty. We have learned that when she speaks, it is if flowers are falling out of her mouth. If it is so, then come, let us go and talk to her. We have learned that in the night the moon keeps staring at her, that stars descend from their heights to look at her. We have learned that in the day butterflies annoy her. We have learned that in the day butterflies annoy her. We have learned that in the night the fireflies stop to gaze at her. We have learned that her eyes, like a deer, are the ultimate limit of beauty. We have learned that deer from the entire forest come to see her. We have learned that her black eyes appear like the end of the world. Thus those mascara sellers look at her and say, alas. We have learned that since she has started wearing necklaces around her neck, the mood of the pearls and diamonds has completely transformed. We have learned that the shape of her body is such that the flowers tear off their petals when they look at her. When she stops, movements revolve around her. When she walks, then time stops to look at her. These may be fables, these may be exaggerations. If she is a dream, let's see it get fulfilled. Saleh was speaking tirelessly and I was silently watching his face. When he had finished with his poetry, then I spoke. Your conversation really seems exaggeration, stories and dreams. But I must say that even if it is a dream, it is a very beautiful dream. This dream has not finished yet. Listen. The physical makeup of a maiden of paradise is like a tortuous brook, which begins its journey in the thick dark clouds in the skies as snow, which falls and stays on mountain tops, then takes the shape of waterfalls and streams that run down the mountain slopes, only to slow down on reaching the plains. After caressing the dizzying heights, it flows down towards the depths of this world. Flowing over small obstacles, it reaches the vales where at last it renders itself into the sea of goodness, piety, and God-mindedness that happens to be the person who lived his life with the steadfastness and consciousness of God. This happens because this brook is not polluted with any filth or impurity in its entire course. It keeps every unrelated gaze away from its sight and touch. It covers a distance of thousands of miles whilst maintaining its purity. For the same reason, it does not accept anyone less than a person who is pure and stainless. And at last, its existence, which is a blend of youth's fluctuating waves, merges in its own sea forever. I cannot decide whether I should praise the maidens or the power of your expression. I commented. Praise should be solely for God, Saleh replied. There is no doubt that praise and glory should be solely for God. But tell me something, will they be humans? Yes, they are also humans. Similarly, Ghilman, the boy of servants. Yes, they are also humans. Similarly, Ghilman, the boy servants of the residents of paradise, are also humans. These are boys who will always remain boys. Why will they remain boys? Servants are considered to be better if they are of a more mature age and hence more knowledgeable. I immediately raised an objection that came to my mind. No, that is not the case. Despite being young, they would be extremely good judge of personality. During parties in the paradise, whenever someone's glass would become empty of the drink in it, they would just have to look into the eyes of the person to decide how much more of the drink is desired. So their shrewdness and astuteness would be beyond comparison. However, physically they would remain in the form of boys so that they remain active and agile, capable of performing any task in the blink of an eye. Their attire, appearance and looks would be such that it would feel like they are precious pearls scattered around in the gathering. Another reason for them being kept as boys eternally is to avoid the need of any conjugal necessities. However, in contrast, the maidens of paradise would be completely mature girls who would become wives of the residents of paradise. Will the maidens and the boy servant be created specially for the residents of paradise? I asked Saleh. He replied, there is a long story behind it. We have lots of time. Go on, tell the story too. I said, listen, this is not the first time that humans have been presented in front of their Lord. What do you mean? Has there been a day of judgment even before? No, there has not been a day of judgment before this, however. All humans or all human beings were created once before this. When did this happen, or when did that happen? When you entered the paradise, you can ask the Almighty yourself about when this event took place. All I know is that this happened once. In fact, the trial that human beings were put in was preceded by another incident. The foremost event that took place was an occasion when God offered an opportunity to all of His living creations to enjoy His company eternally in the paradise. But to be able to do so, they first had to spend some time in the world in a state in which they would be unable to see Him. All they were supposed to do was to obey His orders, worship Him, and submit to Him without being able to see Him. The rule of the world was going to be temporarily handed over to the creation that accepted this challenge. Then it had to show that it was going to obey Him despite being unable to see Him and despite having the authority to do otherwise. Those members of that creation who used this authority and free will correctly were going to be rewarded with the eternal company of God in the paradise, whereas those who failed this test were going to face punishment in the hell. What happened next? Well, all the living creatures got scared and stepped back. The reason is that the heaven may be beautiful, but the hell is equally terrifying. You just witnessed the hardships of the judgment day with your own eyes. Who in their right mind would present himself for such a trial? And probably we humans, being the emotional creatures that we happen to be, presented ourselves for this test. I said, yes, that is what happened. But the decision to take on this godly task was taken by the collective soul of the humanity. However, it was a prerequisite for God's ultimate justice to create and ask every single human being directly about the extent of the test he or she was ready to participate in. Abdullah, this happened because your Lord is not unfair to anyone, even to the slightest measure. That's why He first created all human beings. He then placed His complete scheme of the test in front of them. Obviously, the majority of human beings were already prepared to take this test, so they agreed to it with full awareness of its implications. However, as for those humans who refused to take such a risk, the Almighty decided that they would take up the role of those children that die before reaching maturity. It is the same children who will become the boy servants and maidens of paradise. Did the rest of the humanity agree to such tough trial? God showed His ultimate mercy even in this matter. You are aware that not every day those humans that had a lot of resolve chose the times of the prophets for their test. Their test was to believe in and support the prophets during times of widespread ignorance. The real condition for their success was that they had to stand firm even in the face of fierce opposition, to remain steadfast despite all sorts of challenges, and to pass on the message of their prophets to other people. That's why there was a very high reward for them in the hereafter. However, in case of denial and rejection of the prophets, they had to face a severe punishment, as they had the benefit of direct guidance from the prophets. Examples of such people include Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, on one hand, and people like Abu Lahab on the other, who were the worst enemies of the truth. The second level of the trial was that in which people chose to become part of the nations of the prophets after the prophets had passed away. Their test was to protect themselves from going astray, sectarianism, deviations, and ignorance of later times while holding steadfast to the divine law. They were also expected to promote good deeds and to help stop people from bad deeds. These responsibilities were imposed on them because they had the teachings of the prophets to turn to for guidance, and because they were born as Muslims, therefore they did not have to pass through difficult trials to recognize the true path. It meant that they had more guidance available to them compared to other people, so they had more opportunities to reap rewards. But in case of negligence, their accountability was going to be very tough as well. I and other Muslims belong to this group, did not we? Yes, you're right. The third group comprised of those people who selected an easier test. They were born in circumstances where they did not have access to any direct guidance from the prophets. Their test was based on the innate divine guidance present in the nature of every human being. That is a test of based on belief in oneness of God and universal moral values. Unlike other Muslims, they were not subject to the tough trials of following the divine law, nor to the companionship of prophets through arduous times. Obviously, their accountability is also going to be quite lenient. Their risk of facing the dire punishment is also low, and the opportunity of attaining great rewards are also low for them. And what about the Prophet? They were the ones who decided to take the toughest exams. That's why they received direct guidance from God, and the criteria for their accountability were extremely strict too. You are well aware of what happened to Prophet Jonah. He had not committed a sin. He had only reached an incorrect conclusion and acted upon it without divine approval. But look how the Almighty locked him up in the belly of a fish. Then he summarized his lengthy conversation in these short words. The real principle which is at work in all the groups is the same. Those who received more guidance will face stricter accountability and consequently will reap either greater reward or worse punishment. Those who received lesser guidance will face lighter accountability and therefore lesser rewards or punishment. However, the decision about which of the three groups each human belonged to was taken by human beings themselves and was not decided by the Almighty. That implies that if I received more guidance in the world, it was on account of my own request. Yes, you are absolutely right. That's why you have managed to attain such a high level of success today. If you had not appreciated that guidance, you'd have been a candidate for equally severe punishment. Oh, my friend, I can't believe that I took such a huge risk. That was the rule in your world. No risk, no gain. It was at that moment that I truly realized the real significance of what I had managed to achieve, as well as the magnitude of the danger I had managed to avoid. Spontaneously, I fell down on the ground in prostration. I kept thanking my Lord for a long time for helping me pass this test. Then Saleh tapped me on my back and said, "Get up, Abdullah." I got up and holding Saleh with both hands said to him, "Saleh, I will never die now. I will never experience illness, old age, fear, grief, sadness, and helplessness in my life. I feel like jumping, dancing, laughing, and screaming to tell the whole world that I have succeeded. I want to say that today is the day when my rule begins. I want to announce that today is the day when my life begins." Saleh just kept looking at me silently with a smile on his face. When I became quiet, he said, "Indeed, life will begin. But before that, we need to go back to the plane of judgment. We have to witness the circumstances of many people. God has given you a unique opportunity. Come on, let us go back to the plane of judgment." Alhamdulillah. The end of chapter 4. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When Life Begins, by Abu Yahya, chapter 5, The Two Friends. Once again we were stood in the plane of judgment. Naima's question about the children was still ringing in my ears. I said to Saleh, "I want to meet my kids, the ones who are here." It means that you are now mentally prepared to meet them in their grim state. Yes, I am ready. I could not find the courage in myself earlier on. Even the shock of seeing my teacher in this place was too much for me. Then I totally lost my wits after I saw my daughter-in-law, Huma, but I realize now that it is time to face the inevitable. Well, it is still day of judgment. It is only after you enter the paradise would you be completely relieved of every shock, fear, and grief. Saleh construed the sadness which was overwhelming me. Yes, the Holy Quran described the paradise in the same way. It described it as a place where there won't be any regret from the past nor any dread of the future. I referred to a verse of the Quran. In reply, Saleh explained another important concept. Yes, paradise is a place like that. When the accountability starts, both heaven and the hell would be brought closer so people can see them. When the Almighty makes a decision about granting heaven or hell to each person, that person shall also be informed about what he or she did not get. That is, people would be clearly informed about the torments they have been saved from or the blessings they have been deprived of. What do you mean? I asked eagerly. I mean that when it is announced that a person will go to the paradise, at that time he will be shown the likely place in hell where he could potentially have ended up and from which he was saved by the grace of God. Similarly, when the Almighty declares that a person is destined for the hell, the criminal will then be shown the place that had been reserved for him in paradise, which he lost due to his evil deeds. That shall be a huge torture in itself, I exclaimed. Yes, it will be the foremost and biggest relief for the people of paradise to have been saved from the hell, whereas for the people of the hell the first torment will be the regret that they have been deprived of such great blessings and high stature forever. You may remember that I said earlier that on the day when all the souls chose their trials, the ones that opted to go for very high positions in the paradise had also conversely risked equally low positions in the hell in case of failure. Hence, today the joy of attaining a high stature in the paradise will be accompanied by the good news of having been saved from severe chastisement in the hell. Similarly, the heart-sinking news of a fate in the hell would be worsened by the equally depressing regret of failure to achieve a high rank in the paradise. Oh my God, I said involuntarily. We were having the discussion and slowly strolling ahead. The state of the plane of judgment was the same, or perhaps a little more wretched. I could see and hear the same cries and wails, the same distress and misery, and the same remorse and penitence. People showed the same disquiet and unease and the same sadness and despair that I had seen earlier. A question was etched onto each face, but the answer was nowhere to be seen. There was torment visible on every face, but peace was nowhere to be found. I wondered what my son and daughter would be going through. Two girls were sitting helplessly on hard rocky earth in the same plane of judgment. Their eyes were puffy, indicating that they had been crying a lot. Their bodies looked exhausted, faces were distraught, and eyes were lifeless. The tale of their sorrow could be read straight from their faces, even from far away. The one who looked more miserable said to the other, "Layla, I can't believe that all this is real. Humans can wake up after death like this. A new life can begin after life of the world. Unbelievable. Oh, how I wish this would be a dreadful dream. I wish that I would open my eyes and find myself lying on my soft bed in my air-conditioned bedroom. And then I'd go to college and tell you that I had such a horrible dream. I wish this would be a dream. I wish it would be a dream." She started to cry inconsolably like a child. Layla said to her, "It doesn't matter anymore whether you believing or not, Asma. This is a reality and not a dream. In fact, what we witnessed in the previous world was a dream. We have only woken up now in the true sense of the word, Asma. But what's the point in waking up now?" Both of them were quiet for some time. Finally, Layla said wistfully to Asma, "If only I had not befriended you. If only I had not followed your ways. Yes, if only I had followed your ways. Yes, if only I had followed your ways, then both of us would not have been in this state." "I wonder what would happen next," said Asma in a remorseful tone. After a period of silence, Asma said, "Layla, tell me, how long did we live in the world?" "I don't know, maybe a day or 10 days or perhaps only an afternoon. It used to feel as if life would never end. Now seems like a dream. I can't even recall any glimpses of that dream." As Asma said this, she got lost in her thoughts, thinking about the life gone by. Maybe she was trying to flip through the pages of her past life to try and find a memory or an action which could comfort her today. However, she could not recall anything of the sort. Each memory that she could recall seemed like a charge sheet of her misdemeanors in its own right. "Don't look awesome today?" asked Asma as she gracefully twirled her body round and then took a couple of steps to stand in front of Layla like a model. Layla was sat on a bench in her college, sipping some juice under the shade of some trees. Her dear friend Asma was stood in front of her, showing off her new dress. Layla didn't respond. Asma said again, "Come on, tell me, how do I look?" "You have not left much to imagination despite wearing clothes," Layla finally responded while taking another sip of juice. "You have not left much to imagination despite wearing clothes," Layla finally responded while taking another sip of juice. "What? What else?" "No doubt the print on this lawn dress looks superb, but it reveals your body effortlessly. I know you like to wear sleeves, blouses, but even your shoulders are fully exposed in this dress." Well, madam, you have no right to criticize me, as I only wore this Eastern dress due to your mithering. Otherwise, as you know, I only like to wear jeans and t-shirts. "Come on, Asma, this is only the half-truth. The fact of the matter is that you only like to wear fitting jeans and body-hugging sleeveless shirts. Do you expect me to come to college wearing a burqa?" Asma replied in a sarcastic tone. "Look, Asma, we study in a co-education institution. It's our responsibility to be careful about our dress." Layla made her point in a paternal tone. "I'm sorry, but I don't agree with your opinion. In my opinion, it's responsibility of the guys to guard their gaze. Why does not any priest ever explain this to them? Of course, it is their responsibility, but don't we have any responsibility in this?" Asma immediately responded in a combative tone. "So, are we not even allowed to wear the clothes we like? Are we not allowed to look beautiful?" "Of course you are allowed to wear whatever you like and to look beautiful, but as long as it is within the limits of modesty." "Come on, stop now. Don't be like Madame Shesta. She always lectures about modesty, and now you are doing the same. Listen, do not follow in her footsteps, otherwise you would end up like her. Like her, you would also fail to find a suitable match and will be left all alone on account of your modesty." "Asma, it is very wicked of you to talk like this. You should not make fun of such a nice and honorable teacher. By the way, it is not her fault that she could not get married. Rather, it is the moral decline of our society which is to blame for this." "Okay, forget about it. You know what? The supermodel actress Chamba just launched this new design that I am wearing today. The person who designed it holds an international repute. You know what? This suit cost me 20,000. You know what? This suit cost me 20,000. Although you refused to go with me to the exhibition, it was quite fun. There was also a fashion show at the end. Chamba modeled the same design during the show that I am wearing today. Why don't you make one for yourself too, so that after I wear it, my parents can kick me out of my home? Don't worry, you are welcome to stay with me. Your family is very orthodox. Anyway, I like your mother, Aunt Naima, but she is always admonishing, and Uncle Abdullah, it seems like he will only take rest after he has spread Islam in the entire world. The rest of your brothers and sisters are same, except for your brother Jamshid, who is cool. That is probably why he lives on his own. Actually, father thinks that he is the one who has gone far apart from him as far as his deeds are concerned. Mom is of the opinion that I have also become spoiled due to his bad influence. I don't see anything wrong with you. You seem quite virtuous to me. What? Me and virtuous? Come on. It's on account of my old habits that I pray regularly and fast once a year during Ramadan. Other than that, I do the same stuff as you do because of your influence. But look at how much fun you have with me. One hardly lives for 50 or 60 years, might as well enjoy it to the fullest. No doubt that it's fun being around you. However, Dad says that in the hereafter, where one day shall be equal to thousands of years, it would be extremely difficult to be accountable even for one day. He says that all the joys these 50 years will evaporate into thin air if that happens. My sister's mother and brother Anwar all try to lead virtuous lives because of his influence. Don't talk about them, Layla. They lead a boring life, not a virtuous one. Even the thought of such a boring life sends a chill down my spine. That is why I seldom visit your home nowadays. All they talk about is paradise. The only talk in your household is about the hereafter and virtuous deeds. Say your prayers regularly, try to fast, keep your head and bosom covered, etc. I don't like all of this rubbish talk. Expressions of displeasure appeared on Layla's face on hearing this. She replied, Asma, don't talk like this about my family. They have never said anything of the sort to you or about you. They do all this themselves and only give me sincere advice. They have never tried to admonish you, Asma. Only once did my father or did my dad say to you that since you are Layla's friend, please be such a friend who ends up as a friend in the paradise as well. I hope that both of you will never commit deeds that bring you displeasures of the Almighty. It would be a shame if you two were to end up cursing your friendship on the day of judgment. I'm sorry, Layla, I think you took offense to what I said, but do you realize that you have just repeated your father's sermon to me? All they think about is the day of judgment. Layla's looked even more infuriated when she heard Asma's comments. Asma immediately sensed that and said to Layla, I'm sorry, dear, please don't mind. I promise I won't utter a single word about your dad again. Let's go to the canteen. I feel really hungry. The heat was fierce in the plane of accountability. I was trying to imagine whether people would be more worried by thirst or by the thought of being thrown into the raging fires of hell. I was engrossed in these thoughts when I heard Saleh's voice. Abdullah, get prepared. I'm taking you to meet your daughter. Unconsciously, I bit my lower lip between my teeth. As we moved forwards, we saw two girls sitting on a few steps on a rough and rocky terrain. I recognized both of them from a distance. One of them was Layla, my youngest and most loved daughter. The other was Asma, Layla's best friend. At that time, the atmosphere was extremely hot. Sweat was pouring down from the bodies of people like water. Hunger had already disappeared from this world because of anxiety, but the thirst had made every person miserable. Both of them were also exhausted with thirst. Asma's condition was very dire, and due to the intensity of thirst, she was licking the sweat dripping from her arms. Obviously, how could that quench her thirst? If anything, it made it worse. On the other hand, Layla was sitting with her head between her knees. Asma was the only offspring of a very wealthy family. God had endowed her with everything, beauty, wealth, and status. Parents had their loving daughter educated in the best education institutions. From childhood, she was not even slightly exposed to Urdu, Arabic, and recitation of the Quran with understanding of its meaning was out of question. The influence of English medium schools was so apparent that she could speak English better than native Englishmen. But in such schools, English was not taught just as another language, rather it was learnt in an atmosphere reflecting strong subservience to supposedly better foreign civilization. Thus, with the language, the Western culture had also reached her doorstep along with most of its accessories. In such a culture, others were greeted with a hello or hi instead of the salam. Jeans and shirts were the preferred dress. and Western music films were considered essential requisite of life. However, Asma had a long and wealthy legacy and did not belong to a family of upstarts. As a consequence, even though only skin deep degree of refinement, a degree of refinement, etiquette, and respect of elders was still a part of her personality. For this reason, I had tolerated their friendship in the hope that Layla's company may have a positive influence on Asma. Their friendship began while they were at college. I do not know what was similar in their attitude and chemistry that, despite coming from such diverse backgrounds, this college camaraderie transformed into a lifelong friendship. However, unfortunately, in this friendship, Asma accepted Layla's influence to a much lesser degree, and Layla accepted Asma's influence a lot more. Layla was no doubt my daughter, but unfortunately she could not become like me. More than me, she was Jamshid's favorite and the object of his attention. Jamshid was my firstborn, unlike her, was wandering somewhere in the plane of accountability. On one hand, she was spurred by the love of her elder brother, and on the other hand, by her friendship with Asma. Asma was her parents' only child, and as a consequence had been overindulged by her parents all her life. The result being that today, on the day of accountability, she had to receive her share of heartache. Most children of my time were destroyed by the excessive love and adoration of their parents. Children have always been dear to parents. In my time, this novel tragedy happened that parents became imprisoned in the love of their children to such an extent that they became their finger puppets. Perhaps this was the effect of having fewer children. In the previous times, every household had 8 to 10 children. As a consequence, parents could not pay more than a certain degree of attention to each child. But in my time, most households only had 2 or 3 children, and their parents devoted their lives to giving them every happiness in the world. They would ignore their tantrums. They would avoid enforcing any discipline for the sake of their upbringing. They would try to fulfill their every legitimate and illegitimate desire. They would spend all their wealth for the sake of their education, so much so that for the sake of a better future they would send them abroad. But tragically, in the end, these children would settle in the developed countries, leaving their old parents alone. Even if that did not happen, the role of parents in this new way of life was quite limited. However, despite all this, the parents were very happy and content. In the opinion of parents of my time, it was more important for their children to learn to speak English in a foreign accent than to learn the fundamentals of their religion. It was more important for them to get their children educated in pricey education institutions than to teach them about faith and moral values. The children learned the lessons of self-interest and selfishness from their parents instead of possessing true love of God, love of His people, a desire to serve humanity and work for its betterment. They spent their time sat in the front of the television, where every day they received lessons in materialism and uninhibited fulfillment of desires instead of benefiting from the company of the family elders and learning about modesty, morals, and etiquettes. The word and success in this world was presented to these children as the most important goal instead of eternal success. The concepts of God, religion, and hereafter were reclined to the status of mere formality and ritual. The ultimate standard in religiosity was limited to arranging for an imam to teach the child the Quran in Arabic without a translation. As far as the meanings of Holy Book were concerned, the imam would not know them, neither would the parents, and nor would the child ever come to know of them. If these people had ever read the Quran with understanding, they would have found out that Quran was devoid of talk of worldly materialistic goals just as much as their lives were devoid of the talk of the hereafter. The reason for this may or may not have been understood clearly by many people in the previous world, but was crystal clear to all today. The time that was spent in the previous world was in fact not the real life. That time was merely an examination paper, or else an afternoon spent by a traveler in a roadside cafe. Life in reality was now a never-ending harsh reality that was staring everyone in the face today. As we reached closer, Asma saw me. She nudged Layla. Layla raised her head up from between her knees. Her gaze met mine. When I saw the helplessness, horror, and grief in her eyes, it felt as if my heart was torn apart. She got up and ran to me and embraced me tightly while crying loudly. She was inconsolable, and the only words coming out of her mouth were, "Father, Father." I was trying to keep myself composed with great difficulty. I felt that if she continued to cry, then perhaps the dam of self-control holding my emotions back may also break loose. I said to her as I stroked her hair, "Stop crying, my child. Did not I repeatedly try to make you appreciate to learn to live for this day? Did not I say that the world is nothing but a facade? Yes, you were right, but my eyes were blindfolded." As she said this, the intensity of her sobs became even louder. She was clinging to my chest, in the eye of my mind, running like a film reel. I could see her life story from birth, childhood, adolescence, and adulthood to various other stages of her life. Sometimes she appeared like a doll lying on the bed, whose crying would make me disconcerted. Sometimes, dressed in a frock, she looked like a fairy that could take my breath away with every little movement of hers. Sometimes she appeared like an innocent flower bud standing there in her school uniform, carrying her school bag. I could see dressed in her college uniform, looking like a flower in bloom, and sometimes I could see her in her wedding dress, that piece of my heart, who at this time was crying in my arms in extreme distress, looking like a picture of utter hopelessness and fear. It seemed to me that my heart would soon explode. I held her by her arms and moved her away from me. I then stood up, holding my head with my own hands. Layla spoke in a sobbing voice. "I have found no one here from amongst my family. My husband and my children are not around, nor is there anyone from your side of the family except Brother Jamshid. He is in a very dire state, Father. He has been desperately searching for you. You are his only hope." I looked at Layla and said, "That stupid man had pinned wrong hopes in the world, and even now he is pinning his hopes to the wrong source. In the world he had rested all his hopes. In his business, wife, and children, he is now facing the consequences of that. Now he is pinning his hopes to me, although I cannot do anything." In the meantime, Asma also came near us. After hearing my last sentence, she spoke, "Uncle, all my hopes were in you. Now even you are taking them away. Do you recall, Asma, what I said to you when you came to our house for the first time with Layla?" "I remember, Father, what you said to her." Layla answered instead of Asma. She continued, "You said to her that you are a friend of my daughter. Look, be such a friend who is with her in the paradise as well. I hope that both of you will not and do not annoy God, and as a consequence do not end up together in a difficult place, lest it may happen that on the day of judgment both of you blame each other that your friendship destroyed you." After Layla completed the last sentence, she began to cry again. With her, Asma also began to sob. I turned around and looked toward Saleh, who had been standing there quietly all this time. I hoped in my heart that perhaps he might say something that would raise their hope. When he saw me looking towards him, he said, "Abdullah, obviously every person's fate is solely in the hands of God. If the action of a human being was equivalent to even a tiny grain of barley, it will be present in his book of deeds. Every action will be scrutinized today. Motives, triggers, instigators, circumstances, actions, and their consequences, all will be analyzed in minute detail. Angels, physical environs, organs and limbs. In short, everything will be held witness. It will become absolutely clear that every good or bad deed is worthy of how much punishment or reward. The reward of a good deed would range from 10 to 700 times, whereas the rewards for actions done with steadfastness and in support of the religion of God will be countless. In contrast, bad deeds will be recompensed by only as much as the effect of the deed itself. However, if sins like polytheism, murder, and fornication are included in a person's deeds, they will destroy that person. Furthermore, sins like confiscating the wealth of orphans, taking undue share from inheritance, slander, and other similar crimes are so dangerous that they would eat up all good deeds and may take that person straight to hell. These are the general principles of reward and punishment. On the basis of these, the Almighty will take just decisions. Rest assured that even by the scale of an excess grain of barley, no one would be treated unfairly. As for your offspring, the only hopeful thing that I have already mentioned to you is that except for people like you who took precedent in embracing or supporting the truth and have already been declared successful, the rest of the people with a true faith in their hearts would face accountability and would thus be spared sooner or later. As for your offspring, the only hopeful thing that I have already mentioned to you is that except for people like you who took precedent in embracing or supporting the truth and have already been declared successful, the rest of the people with true faith in their hearts would face accountability and would thus be spared sooner or later. Albeit, you know your children better than I do, so you would have a better idea of the likelihood of their success. I'm more concerned about my son, I replied. This reply encompassed all my assessments, hopes, or fears. I further added. He was very fond of making money, posh cars, big houses, and getting rich. If someone gets hooked on them, he can end up with many ill fates. Such people often lose the ability to discriminate between right and wrong, as well as permissible and unpermissible means of earning one's livelihood. Even if they manage to avoid the illegitimate sources of income, they often fall prey to immoralities like extravagance, negligence, pomp and show, miserliness, arrogance, and lack of awareness of rights of other people, etc., all of which take one to that tough spot of accountability in the court of the Almighty, from which it is very difficult to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, Asma replied to my statement. Layla used to say all this to me after listening to you. She also gave me some of your books to read, but I could not understand them as I did not know how to read Urdu. It is my bad fortune that I wasted my entire life in negligence, love of the world, following latest fashions, pomp and show, extravagance and arrogance. I was obsessed about looking beautiful. I wasted millions on jewelry, clothes, and cosmetics. However, I never managed to spend anything on the poor. If ever I did something good for them, I considered it a big favor, although God had endowed us with a lot of wealth and prosperity. Not only this, when I felt angry, I used to take it out uninhibitedly upon the weak people who were my subordinates or servants. I had the opinion that modest clothes were a symbol of poverty. Habits like backbiting, bad-mouthing, and spitefulness were of trivial importance for me. I did not know that these trivial deeds would come back to haunt me in this manner today. I just did not know. As Asma said this, she burst out in tears again. Layla commented in a very sad tone. We met Asma's parents. They were in a bad way. I wonder what will happen to them. Then she looked at me and said, Father, what will happen to me? As Layla said this, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Just wait, my child. It seems likely that it will not be long before the accountability begins. I am hopeful on account of God's mercy that, considering that you have endured so much hardship today, He will forgive those of your sins that you committed just because you considered them as trivial. Alas, Father, I wish I had followed in your footsteps. You repeatedly try to make me understand that faith does not mean reciting a statement with one's tongue, but that but that it means making God the center of one's life. He used to say that God does not require mere ritual worship, rather He wants to see your heart or your hearts laden with true faith. I remember you saying that He doesn't care for a few dispirited prostrations, but that He desires a servant who is truly dedicated to Him. Faith was part of my life, but it did not manage to encompass my personality. I did pray to God on your insistence, but His remembrance encompassed my personality. I did pray to God on your insistence, but His remembrance did not infiltrate into various aspects of my life. I used to fast during the month of Ramadan, but I could not nurture true God consciousness in my heart. At the most, I would have had to do all that God required for 50 or 60 years in the world. But over here, centuries have passed roaming around helplessly in this heat and hardship. On hearing Layla, Asma put her hand on her shoulder and said while sobbing, "Sister, at least you are better than I am. In my life, I did not even perform prayers or fast. Moral depravities, showing off, extravagant spending, arrogance, violation of other people's rights, etc. are all in addition to them. What will happen to me? I can see no other outcome for me apart from hell." Asma started to cry and scream loudly. It felt as if my heart would break into two. I did not have any strength left in me to stay with them any longer. Salih appreciated my state and said to them, "Abdullah has to leave now. Both of you should now wait for a decision by the Almighty. It would not be long before the accountability starts." After saying this, he moved ahead, taking me along, holding my hand. I wanted to say some words of consolation to Layla, but when I turned back, I was shocked to see that the scene behind me had changed completely. We were now stood nowhere else. "I had to take you out of there rather quickly, Abdullah, or else you would have been hurt even more. Would you like to meet your son now?" said Salih. "No, I don't have the strength to save any more of this at the moment," I replied in a definite tone. My heart had now sunk deep in a sea of sorrow. I wished clearly that I could somehow return back to earth and dedicate my life to a better upbringing of Layla. I appreciated that this was not possible. Then another thought raised its head in my mind like a poisonous snake. I asked Salih, am I also responsible for Layla's plight? Do you think I'm responsible? No, this is not the case. Look, even the offspring of Prophet like Noah, may peace be upon him, ended up in trouble. However, it was not Noah's fault. The main obligation upon a human being is to pass the correct message on to others. The decision of accepting or rejecting the message lies with the individuals themselves. Layla made her own decisions, thus you are not responsible for her plight. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders, but in the next instance, I appreciated something very frightening in my heart. What would happen if I ended up in the dark on account of my daughter? I realized that I would have no qualms in allowing my dear daughter to be thrown into the hell in order to save myself. This was because the punishment of this day was so severe that no relation or association was of any consequence when compared to it. Alhamdulillah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When life begins, by Abu Yahya. Chapter 6. To whom belongs the kingdom today? The atmosphere in the plain of judgment was very harsh and distressing. On one hand, the surroundings and circumstances were very strenuous, and on the other hand, people were being eaten up by the uncertainty about their future. In addition to feeling distressed and downcast, people also had intense bitterness and anger. This bitterness was directed not only at their own selves, but also at their leaders who had led them astray. As a consequence, whenever their followers caught such leaders, they unhesitatingly beat them up. This was like the punishment before the actual punishment. Such chaotic happenings were occurring in various places in the plane of judgment. People were beating up other people and venting their anger on them. Followers on their leaders, youngsters on their elders, and followers of religious scholars on their leaders and wise men. But it was of no benefit now. At least this was a source of some amusement for these worried and sorrowful people. We kept moved forward whilst witnessing these scenes. On the way I said to Saleh, I'm worried by the thought that in the previous world we used to get so distraught by electricity shortages and intense heat, even though it was for a short period of time. Such a long time has elapsed over here and people have not had any respite so far. I do not experience the hardships of this environment because of your companionship, but the people who are here, they are truly being dealt very badly. Correct your words, Abdullah. They are not being treated badly, rather justice is taking place. Yes, no doubt they are being dealt with in a very harsh manner. It is for this reason that all other creations had refused to shoulder the weight of this decision, making authority and power in the world, and then having to take the very stringent test of reward and punishment today. I cannot comprehend that if ordinary people have to face such severe hardships, then what would happen to those who had undertaken the responsibility of power and decision-making on behalf of the people. I was thinking about the tyrants and dishonest public servants when I made this comment. Do you want to see what's happening to them? Saleh asked. I nodded. Saleh spoke as he started to move in different direction. Until now, we were in an area that held these people who are yet to have their accountability. The case of the people you referred to is similar in a way to the case of those people who were foremost in submitting to the truth has been dealt. The latter are currently standing beneath the throne, enshrouded among the rewards of God, and will not face any accountability apart from the mere formality of the announcement of their success. Likewise, but conversely, there are some forsaken people for whom it has already been decided on account of their bad deeds that they will go to hell. We are heading in their direction. As we progressed forward, the intensity and severity of heat rapidly increased. I realized this when I noticed the increase in the quantity of sweat that was dripping down from the bodies of the people. Sweat was not coming out in the form of drops, but was streaming down. However, the ground was scorching hot that the sweat evaporated as soon as the drops touched it. Due to thirst, the lips of these people were protruding out, and like a camel that is parched with excessive thirst, they were gasping, but finding any water over here was out of question. On their faces, the shadows of terror were more prominent than signs of distress. What was the terror due to also became apparent soon. Suddenly there was a strange unrest among the people. People started to run in all directions. When the crowd dispersed, I saw two angels running after one person. They were similar to the angels that we had come across when we were walking towards the throne earlier. One had a scourge of fire, and the other's whip had nails embedded in it. That person was trying with all his might to escape from them, but these angels were not leaving his side. It was clearly apparent that the angels were deliberately trying to tire him out. They would come near him and whip him once with the scourge and say, "O ruler, get up and take a walk in your country." As soon as the scourge would hit him, he would shout and cry in pain and then stumble up and run again. Then the angels would start running after him again. It did not take me long to recognize this person. Saleh also introduced him. He was the head of state of your country. In a short while, the head of the state had been run down again after being beaten by scourges of fire and nails. After this, the angels started to bind him with a long chain whose chain links were glowing red after being heated up in fire. The head of state was helplessly moaning and pleading for mercy, but it seemed that these angels did not know the meanings of the word mercy. They kept tying him mercilessly. When his entire body had been enchained, some other angels arrived. The first angel said to them, "We have captured the head of the state. You need to go and round up all his supporters, aristocrats, courtiers, and friends who were party to this ill-fated man's cruelty and corruption." As a consequence, there was a similar chaos again in the crowd, with people running, fighting, and getting beaten up. In a short while, a big group assembled that included ministers, advisors, bureaucrats, lords, rural landlords, industrialists, and all types of callous people. After this, the angels grabbed them by their hair and began to drag them on the ground with their faces rubbing against the ground. When they passed near us, we became aware of the smell of their burning skin in the atmosphere. As I started to feel sick from the smell, Salih immediately put his hand on my back, which made the odor disappear, allowing me to take a breath of fresh air again. They dragged them on and took them further away to the left side. I kept staring at the lines on the ground that were made by their bodies as they were dragged along, as well as at the patches of blood left on the ground as it oozed out of their bodies. After seeing this horrific scene, a spontaneous sign leaped out from my lips. I thought in my heart, where is their authority now? Where are the days of luxury and extravagance? Where are those magnificent palaces, lavish clothes, wasteful foreign trips, spectacular cars, grandeur, pride, and majesty? Ah, these people chose such a poor outcome for such trivial and temporary gratifications. Salih said, these were all cruel, corrupt, and extravagant people. The decision about their ill fate had already been taken in the previous world. However, this is not their real punishment. The real punishment will be meted out in the hell. The direction in which the angels are taking them is very close to the hell. From there they will be taken for accountability when they will hear the verdict of eternal disgrace and punishment. Then they will be taken back to the same spot to our left, from where, one after the other, in groups they will be thrown into hell. On hearing about accountability, I instinctively thought about the time and asked Salih, Prophet's prayer was accepted a long time ago, but why has the accountability not commenced up till now? It seems to you that it has been a long time. In the plane of judgment, time passes very slowly. As a consequence, it seems that a long time has elapsed, but under the throne, only a very short space of time has elapsed. Do you want to know why even this much time has been taken up? You had told me that this is because those people who are to be pardoned, this hardship will be made an excuse for their reprieve. Yes, this is one of the reasons. But the second reason is that to make people realize that over here, all the authority is in the hands of God. The thing is, Abdullah, human beings did not appreciate their forgiving and merciful master. Today, that master is making those people realize that human beings are so dependent on him, and at the same time are so worthless for him. The first manifestation of his power and grandeur was the doomsday, when the world of people was destroyed and everything they possessed was ruined. The entire might of occasion is today, the day of resurrection, when everyone has truly understood that there is no one of any importance when compared to God. The third occasion will be here shortly. That is the accountability when God will take the control of skies and the earth directly in his own hands. So was it not like this till now? No, it has not been like this so far. Till now, on the face of it, the angels have run the system of this universe in accordance with the commands of the Almighty. Shortly he will take control of all affairs of the universe directly in his own hands, so that all creatures, including the jinn, human beings, and angels, realize that all authority and power is solely in God's hands. Presently, the entire universe that was spread across an unlimited distance over the skies is being pulled back. You are aware that in the previous world, this universe was spreading further by the second. Now, on God's command, distances are shrinking, and the multiple galaxies, stars, and planets spread all over the universe are again coming close again. Why is it so? I asked in a surprised tone. This is because God Almighty will distribute all of them as rewards among the inhabitants of paradise. Then in these places, those who have been blessed by God will establish their kingdoms and authority. This act of assimilation of the universe is what the glorious Quran had referred to as wrapping up the skies around God's right hand. Then Salih looked up towards the sky. Following his lead, I also looked up. The sun was still burning bright. I noticed for the first time that the moon was also present near the sun, but it had lost its glow and was slowly moving towards the sun. On seeing this, Salih said, "Today the earth and skies have transformed into something totally different. The earth has swollen up and become very huge, and thus there has been a tremendous increase in its size. I remember that the diameter of the earth was 25,000 kilometers, but now there has been an increase of many folds in it. Furthermore, this earth is now much more beautiful and picturesque than before." Raphael had blown the trumpet twice. On the first instance, everything was destroyed, but on the second blow of the horn, human beings had risen again. Between these two, on God's command, the earth became bigger, and the angels created on it magnificent homes, palaces, and gardens for the residents of the paradise. In addition, they created the best facilities for relaxation and amusement, as well as a new world whose beauty is simply beyond your imagination. Every dweller of the paradise will be given a home on this earth, which will be accompanied by large areas of land to inhabit. In the center of the earth will be volcanoes with scorching lava and brooks of boiling water. This will be the abode of the dwellers of the hell. I tried to summarize what he had just stated. I was already aware of what you have stated right now from the verses of the glorious Quran. From the sayings of the Quran, one learnt that the owners of the earth would be the pious servants of God. It stated that the surface of the earth would be transformed into the paradise, which would be the abode of the people of paradise. In the center of the earth would be the dwellers of hell. The stars and galaxies would be distributed among the dwellers of paradise as gifts and dominions. By the way, what will be in them? Its detail will be revealed in the grand gathering at the court. Do you remember that we talked about the grand gathering at the court? Yes, you said that after the accountability and judgment, all the people destined for paradise would be presented in the court of the Almighty. That meeting is known as the grand gathering at the court. In this court, the dwellers of paradise will be awarded their formal titles and entitlements. This will also be an opportunity for the people to meet their Lord, as well as an occasion to honor the people considered to be close to the Almighty. Yes, that day rewards will be given and tasks will also be assigned. I noticed that the shineless moon had now merged into the sun. On seeing this, Salih said, "The signs present in the sky are changing. The merger of the moon into the sun is one of them. This implies that all the skies have been folded up. Now, any moment, the Almighty Lord of the universe will become apparent to everyone, and the much-awaited court of accountability will commence. At that time, you and the entire world will find out who is this most esteemed and supreme entity called the God Almighty." Salih's sentence had not even finished when there was a loud bang. Everyone was shaken up as the noise came from the sky. Everyone's gaze turned upwards. Salih and I also looked upwards like everyone else. An astonishing scene became apparent straight away. There was a big breach in the sky, and shortly afterwards it ruptured and shattered into small fragments like the clouds. On seeing these breaches, it seemed as if multiple gates had formed in the sky. From every opening, huge armies of angels began to descend onto the earth. There were so many that any sort of counting or estimate was futile. There were various groups of angels, and every group had their own manner and dress that was unique. The angels began to descend onto the center of the plain of judgment, where they encircled a vast elevated area in the middle of the plain. The angels were descending from the sky and arranging themselves in various circles, with all of them standing with their hands held together respectfully. Their number was multiplying with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the hue and cry of people had come to an end as well. Everyone seemed spellbound, looking in the direction of the angels with awe-stricken eyes. All one could hear now was the sound of a few whispers. The reason for this was that every person was asking the person standing next to him about what was going on. I had an idea of what was happening, but I still requested a clarification from Saleh. As expected, he replied, "The accountability is about to commence. The court of the one and only is being set up. This is the first stage. The angels are descending and will continue to do so for quite a long time. Then at the end, bearers of the throne will come down. When you last saw them, they were 4 in number. Now 4 more will join them, so that there will be 8 angels who will come down along with the throne of the Almighty." The throne of the Almighty, I muttered to myself. Salih explained a bit more. I am sure that you can understand that God does not sit on the throne. He is above and beyond such human concepts. In fact, the throne is only a point of contact for His creations. It is just like the Kaaba located in the house of God in Mecca in the previous world was the Qibla, serving as a pointer. As you know that it was called the home of God, but that didn't mean that God lived in it. However, when people faced in its direction while praying, it served as a point of contact and focus of attention for them. In the same way, people will be able to have a dialogue with the Almighty today via the throne. I asked, so people will be able to actually listen to God? Yes, just like Moses heard God through a tree in the valley of Mount Sinai. And listen, Abdullah, there is one more thing of importance to tell you. I was already quite attentive, but became all ears when he said this. As soon as the bearers of the throne descend, the throne will light up with the reflection of God's pure light called Nur. This light will then spread all over the world, and the whole world will light up with God's Nur. That would mean that from there onwards, all affairs will take place under the direct control of the Almighty. This is the meaning of one of the verses of the Quran that states that God will take the entire world in His fist. The very first order of the day would be that everybody should bow down and prostrate on the ground in front of the Almighty. Abdullah, that order will generate a shocking scene. You will see that all the angels will prostrate, all prophets, siddiqeen, shuhada, and pious people present in the shadow of the throne on the right hand side will bow down. I could not help but ask, what about the people present here in the plane of judgment? This is the important and shocking event I alluded to. Any person who is a rejecter of the truth, hypocrite, defiant to God, or a criminal in His eyes will not be able to prostrate in front of Him. Such people will try their utmost to bow down, but their necks and spines will become rigid like wooden boards, making it impossible for them to bend. In addition, the earth will also resist any movement by them in its direction. What about the others? I asked. Salih continued. Those people with a mixed bag of deeds but with less sins will manage to bow down, and due to this they will be called for accountability right away. For the rest, the stronger the faith and better the deeds, the more they will be able to bow. Some people will be able to bow down to the level of the knees, some less than that, and others will only be able to bend their necks for prostration. In essence, the less one would bow, the more misfortune one would face. In essence, the less one would bow, the more misfortune one would face. I nodded as I understood the concept and said, so it means that when that happens, people will get an idea about their fate. No, although I am informing you about this, They themselves would not be aware of all this. However, they will feel humiliated for not being able to prostrate, or a bit contented if they manage to bow down. But people will truly come to understand that who is God. But people will truly come to understand that who is God. They will find out about the entity they chose to ignore during their lives. They will know that who is the King of all kings, the one who rules over all emperors. They will recognize the only one who deserves to be worshipped. They will appreciate the one who controls this universe, the one who is the source of all that is good. They will know the one who can make or break anyone's destiny with a slight gesture, the one who can question anyone about any deed, but no one can question him about any decision. They will truly grasp that only for him is every praise, every thanks, and every act of worship, whether done stood up, kneeled over, or in a prostration on the ground. They will know that who is the one who deserves to be the focus of all offerings, all expressions of humility, all acts of love, all supplications, and all chants of God is great, God is great, God is great, God is great. As Salih said these words, his body began to tremble, and he fell on the ground in prostration as he uttered the words, God is great. At the same time, I noticed that a peculiar light started to spread everywhere. The whole atmosphere was lit up with that special light. Meanwhile, all the angels started to chant loudly the praise of the Lord, supplications of admiration and thanks, and cries of God is great. I realized that the atmosphere was now lit with the reflection of God's nur from the throne, but I kept standing there with my gaze pointing to the ground. I did not dare to look up towards the throne. After a short while, I heard the familiar but authoritative voice of Gabriel, the trustworthy, to whom belongs the kingdom today. All the angels shouted back, it belongs to the ever-dominant one, and only God. Gabriel, the trustworthy, kept asking this question again and again, and the angels kept giving the same reply in a loud voice. This created such a terrific scene in the plane of judgment that hearts started to tremble. Finally, a loud voice said, where are the servants of the most merciful? Where are the slaves of the Lord of the worlds? Where are the ones who consider God to be their Lord, their King, and their Sustainer? Wherever they are, they must bow down in front of the Lord and Master of the whole world. As soon as I heard this, without making any effort to look up, I straightaway bowed down into prostration next to Salih on the ground. The plane of judgment suddenly became very quiet. There was pin-drop silence. The safety that I felt at that moment while in prostration was unmatched by any previous prostration in my life. I do not know what others were saying in this state, but I was repeatedly begging for forgiveness and mercy. I do not know for how long there was complete silence. Then suddenly I heard a voice saying, He is God, there is no God but Him. These were the same words that I had first heard while in prostration close to the throne. However, this voice was completely different to the one I had heard. The gravity, severity, and harshness of the voice was such that the bravest of people would have trembled on hearing it. For a moment, there was a pause which was accentuated by the deep silence all around. Then a voice harsher and louder than even a thunderbolt said, I am the King. Where are the defiant? Where are the arrogant? Where are the kings of the earth? I am the King. Where are the defiant? Where are the arrogant? Where are the kings of the earth? These words hit the ears of the people like a thunderclap. No one was in a position to answer this question. If anything, people started to weep and cry. My body started to tremble because of the sternness and firmness of ferociousness of that voice. I suddenly recalled every single occasion in my life when I considered myself as powerful, mighty, and in charge, even if only within the confines of my home. I wished that the earth would burst open and would hide inside it, and I would hide inside it. I wished that the earth would burst open and I would hide inside it. I wished I could somehow escape the wrath of God. In a state of utter helplessness, the following words escaped from my mouth. If only my mother had never given birth to me. My heart and mind could not take this any longer. I lost consciousness, falling down on the floor. The end of chapter 6. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When life begins, by Abu Yahya. Chapter 7. The testimony of Prophet Jesus. As I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a soft and sumptuous bed. Naima was by my side, looking quite concerned. As soon as she realized that I was awake, her face lit up. She involuntarily asked, "Are you alright?" "Where am I?" I asked. "You are with me in my tent. Salih brought you here unconscious." "Where is he?" "He is outside. I'll call him." Salih stepped inside, saying salam. Even before Naima had finished her sentence, he had a smile of contentment on his face. I sat upright upon seeing him and said to him, "What happened?" "You fainted, my friend." By God, it was the first time that I saw that aspect of my Lord. All my expectations about him turned out to be wrong. He is more magnificent than I could ever imagine. I regret every moment of my life that I spent without the appreciation of his magnificence. Salih replied, "This is due to the difference of being or not being in his presence." God was behind a veil in the world. It was the first time today that God addressed the mankind in the absence of a veil. You were fortunate that you managed to discover the greatness of the Lord while he was still hidden from you, and therefore realized your humble position in front of him. That is why you are experiencing his special blessings today. "But why did he faint?" Naima asked, interrupting our conversation. "Actually, we were standing over the left side of the throne along with the criminals. At that moment, the angels started to descend and the accountability started. As the Almighty started his conversation, he began in a state of wrath, but this wrath was especially directed towards the people on the left side, which is why this effect was most noticeable for people on the left. But God is never overwhelmed by his attributes. That is why even in his anger he was aware that one of his beloved servants was present on the left side. He therefore caused Abdullah to become unconscious. If he had not done that, Abdullah would have had to face the wrath and fury which the people of the left side were experiencing at that time. When I heard this, tears of gratitude started to flow spontaneously from my eyes. I got up from the bed and bowed down in prostration. The following words involuntarily started to come out of my mouth. My Lord, when have you ever ignored me? From my mother's womb till today, none of your engagements have caused you to ignore me, and I have never valued your gracious existence. I have never thanked you enough for your blessings. I have never worshipped you the way you deserve to be worshipped. You are free from any flaw. You are exalted. All praises for you, and only you deserve all acknowledgments. Forgive me and take me under the shadow of your blessings. I will die if you do not forgive me. I will be ruined. I continued to recite this prayer for a long time. Naima stroked my back gently with her hand and said, "Please get up. You have spent your entire life according to the will of God. I know you will." I stood up quietly and said to Naima, "You have not yet realized the extent of the blessings and the greatness of God, Naima. Otherwise you would have never said that." "Abdullah is right, Naima," said Salih. "Even the greatest deed by man is incomparable in front of the smallest blessing of God. In front of the smallest blessing by God. If God had taken away the power of speech from Abdullah, he could not have spoken a single word. If he had taken away his hands, he could not have written a single line. All the blessings and capabilities were on account of God. Man is insignificant. To God belongs everything." "You are right. I did not think about it in this way." Naima nodded in agreement. "Where do we have to go from here?" I inquired of Salih. "The accountability has started. You have to go there. But before that, there is some good news. What's that? When the accountability started, God decided to question the nation of the last prophet first. And you know what? Your daughter Layla got salvation in this process. Really? I shouted in shock and excitement. Yes, Salih is correct, said Naima. I have already met her. She is in the other tent along with her brothers and sisters. They are all waiting for you. What about Jamshid? I asked Salih. A solemn silence answered my question. Then I would to go back to the plane of judgment. Perhaps there may be a way out for him. All right, let's go, Salih replied, and then, holding me by my hand, led me out of the tent. After we came out of the tent, I asked Salih, what can I do for Jamshid? You were not able to do anything. You were not able to do anything for Layla. Then how would you do anything for Jamshid? Would you tell God what should he do? May God forgive me. I didn't mean to say this. I replied instantly, but after listening to Salih's reply, my sentiments to save Jamshid cooled down. After a pause, I inquired of Salih, okay, tell me what happened in the plane of judgment after I passed out. Even when you were awake, you did not fully appreciate what was going on there. If you want to know the real story, then ask one of the criminals. As each horde of angels descended, the criminals became more frightened than when the orders were given to bow down in front of the Almighty. Everyone bowed down except for these wretched people who kept standing with their chest bulging out in arrogance in front of God. Was this because their backs became stiff like boards? Yes, this was their punishment. Following this, when God Almighty declared that He was the King, and where were all the others who claimed to be kings beside Him? Those criminals still remained stood in front of Him with their chests bulging out in arrogance. If only you could have seen the state of those criminals at that time. Their hearts were sinking. They felt suffocated. Their eyes were wide open with fear and horror. They felt utterly helpless and unable to stop themselves from standing upright with such arrogance in front of the Master of the whole universe. What happened then? Obviously, the accountability was to take place on an individual basis. However, at that point it was made obvious to the criminal what their fate was going to be. This was done by completely opening the gates of hell. Consequently, the atmosphere in the left side of the plane judgment became extremely frightening. It seemed as if the hell was boiling with anticipation and excitement. It felt as if it would burst with rage when flames were flying out of it. They were so gigantic that the sparks coming out of them were as big as huge palaces. The dancing flames and the sparks created such a scene that looking at them it seemed as if yellow camels were dancing in the sky. Do not ask me what the condition of those people was what the condition of those people was when they saw all this. They felt that the prior hardship they faced in the plane of accountability were negligible compared to this. How did the accountability commence? Adam, the father of mankind and the first prophet, was to testify first of all. He stated, I present myself to you, O the only one worthy of praise. I am present and ready to serve you with all my energy. All goodness lies in your hands. Almighty said, separate the dwellers of hell from amongst your children, Adam. How many should I separate? He inquired. 999 out of every 1,000. The Almighty replied, Abdullah, you cannot imagine the mayhem that followed in the plane of judgment when people heard this. But why did the Almighty decide to send such a large number of people to the hell? I inquired. This was not a judgment, but it was only to demonstrate that out of all the people present in the plane of accountability, only 1 out of 1,000 deserve to go to the paradise. In fact, the humanity as a whole has failed badly in the test of faith and morality, Abdullah. Therefore, purely on the basis of Almighty's justice, this number of people deserves to go to hell on merit. You may remember that the last prophet had mentioned in the previous word that if one were to divide God's compassion into 100 parts, then only 1 part had manifested in that world, while the remaining 99 parts had been reserved for the day of judgment. Thus he displayed his mercy, and instead of deciding the fate of those people first who were destined for the hell, he decided to call for accountability those people first who had the highest chance of success and deliverance. You mean people who were generally good? Yes, these people from every nation were called first, whose accountability and success was only a formality. This process started with the nation of the last prophet. The other nations will also have their turn soon, as from amongst the total population of the humans, the successful people are only 1%. He will pass judgment about the fate of the rest of the humanity later on. The advantage of this would be that if the hardships in the plane of judgment could become a substitute for someone's sins, then this might happen. After saying this, Salih stopped for a moment and then said with regret, "However, I do not hold much hope for the rest of the people." Why? I asked. This is due to polytheism. God is very sensitive about it. You are aware that it is one of the biggest issues that plagued the humanity throughout its entire history. It will be the main reason for the doom of most people today. This is because there is little hope that this sin will be forgiven. Yes, if someone's circumstances and environment could be accepted as an excuse, then that is fine. Otherwise, anyone who has knowingly indulged in polytheism has negligible hope of reprieve today. Even if they are Muslims? I asked. Yes, Salih replied. Polytheism was a flare from the fire of hell. Today, it will definitely burn every person who knowingly ascribed partners to God, whether it was in His being, in His attributes, or in His obligations and powers. If someone worshipped a deity other than God, or prayed to the deity or prostrated in front of it, considering it to be a partner to God and to have a share in any of His attributes and power, he would get burnt by that flame today. God is great. There is no God but the one God, I said spontaneously. There is one thing that I still cannot understand, I said to Salih as we walked along. What is it? From the first to the last, the number of Muslims must be in millions and even billions. Then how did Layla's turn happen to be at the beginning? Do you think that the God Almighty looks at identity cards of people to decide who is a Muslim and who is not? What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean that the vast majority of Muslims did not prefer to identify themselves as Muslims. For most people, their true identity happened to be their sect, leaders, or creed. Thus today, when the accountability of the nation of the last prophet began, initially only those people were called who truly believed in the oneness of God, associated themselves only to the way of last prophet while avoiding sectarianism, and in addition kept their religion protected from innovations and deviations. They were the people who ignored their biases and associations when it came to matters relating to the truth. They accepted the truth open-heartedly whenever it became apparent to them. Those among these were the pious who stood in the shadows of the throne today, as well as those people in the plane of judgment whose good deeds were mixed with bad attitudes. However, the most merciful God overlooked their bad deeds and forgave them due to their pious actions. Such people were small in number, though. That's why Layla's turn came soon. At least in this aspect she did well. All of her limitations and her deeds were ignored on account of the hardships she suffered in the plane of judgment. In addition, your compassionate Lord elevated her status so she could be with you, although her performance was not comparable to yours. But my accountability has not even started yet. Your presence here signifies that your fate has already been decided. However, it has not been declared yet. Do not worry, the declaration will only be made at the end of the day when the accountability is finished. Why? I inquired. Salih clarified. Remember, I told you that there are 4 types of people whose deliverance is decided at the time of their deaths. That is the prophets, the Siddiqeen, the witnesses of truth, called the Shuhada, and the pious people. I nodded in affirmative. Salih continued. The prophets and Shuhada are the people whose real accomplishment is that they became witnesses upon the truth in front of other people in the previous world, in addition to passing on the message of oneness of God and the hereafter. Today they will present to the Almighty the details of how they performed their role of bearing witness to the truth, so that other people do not have an excuse to say that they were not aware of the truthful and righteous way. This is because these prophets and shuhada had clearly explained the truth in the previous world. Therefore, the rest of the people will be held accountable on the basis of their testimony, and thus their eternal future will be decided. These decisions will continue to take place until all human beings have been dealt with. In the end, shuhada like yourself will be called, and their success will be announced. And their success will be announced to the whole world. Only after this is all done will the people be moved towards the paradise or hell. So this means that people will not go to heaven or hell immediately. Yes, they will not proceed immediately. Instead, as each and every person will have his accountability, he will be asked to stand to the right side with respect and in comfort. If he is successful, and if he is successful, and if unsuccessful, he will be moved to the left hand to stand in disgrace and punishment. When everyone's accountability has taken place, then people will be taken in groups towards the paradise or the hell. Who will be the first on to enter paradise? The last prophet will request for the doors of the paradise to be opened. Then the residents of the paradise will enter the paradise amidst a spectacular reception, greetings and accolades. At this moment, where is Prophet Muhammad? May peace be upon him. He is by the pond of Kawthar presently. Every person from his nation who successfully passes the accountability process is taken to him. He then greets each person with a drink from the Kawthar. After drinking from the Kawthar, not only does a person forget all the hardships and thirst of the plain of judgment, furthermore he never becomes thirsty again. By the way, do you remember that drink from the Kawthar? Of course I do. After listening to Salih talk, I experienced an intense desire to meet the Prophet. I said to Salih, shall we first go and present ourselves in the presence of the Prophet? The sentence had hardly left my lips when a loud voice stated, the accountability of the successful people from among the nation of the last Prophet has been completed. Now will commence the accountability of the nation of Jesus Christ, Jesus Messiah and Son of Mary. May there be peace upon you, a messenger from God and the final prophet sent to the Israelites. Present yourself in the presence of God. I looked at Salih in a questioning manner. He said, now Prophet Jesus Christ will bear witness on his nation. He will present a summary of his teachings when the Almighty asks him to do so. This will be his testimony against the criminals of his nation, while at the same time it will also serve as a means for salvation for those people of his nation who held correct beliefs and performed pious deeds. Following this, the Almighty shall forgive the mistakes of those people from his nation whose beliefs were in conformity with his teachings. They will be declared successful after a cursory accountability. Did something similar happen to the Muslims as well? Yes, the final prophet was called upon first of all to be a witness. His testimony was considered as evidence against all those who rejected his message as well as those who disobeyed it. If only you could have seen that scene when all such people wished for the earth to split open and hide them up. However, his testimony proved to be a source of salvation for people like Layla. In essence, the true reason for their reprieve was that their faith and deeds were on the whole in conformity with his testimony. This means that so far only those people from the nation of the last prophet have attained redemption whose beliefs and deeds are in accordance with his teachings. Yes, the Almighty ignored their mistakes. The same would happen with the nations of other prophets as well. Those people whose faith and deeds were by and large in accordance with the teachings of their respective prophets would be forgiven. After that, only criminals and disbelievers would be left behind in the plane of judgment, waiting for a decision. What will happen then? After that, general accountability will commence. General accountability in the accountability of all nations. The first phase entails the declaration of success of the pious people as well as the cursory accountability of people like Layla. After this, general accountability will commence, in which decisions will only be based on thorough investigation of deeds. Obviously, as a result of this, the criminals will find themselves in trouble. However, many people with true faith will get salvation despite their sins. On account of God's mercy, they will find that the right arm of the scale of justice bearing their good deeds and attitudes will become heavier due to his intervention. For them, the humiliation and hardship they experience in the plane of judgment will become their penance and an excuse for their forgiveness. This is what I mean by general accountability. Albeit, there will be some people who will be held back and not called for accountability till the last moment. There will be those believers who carry a very heavy burden of sins. For these people, this severely lengthy wait may continue for thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, during which they will have to endure the worst hardships, difficulties, and torments. Only after this may they have a chance for reprieve. What would be that chance? That chance would be the manifestation of God's mercy. He would not give full punishment to these people as demanded by His attribute of justice. Instead, the penance in the plane of accountability would become a reprieve for their sins. Furthermore, He would allow His prophets, in particular the last prophet, to intercede on their behalf by allowing them to request the start of their accountability. But to suffer so much hardship in the plane of judgment and then attain reprieve is not an appropriate way. I said in a remorseful tone. Salih replied, the prophets came to tell people a better way, that is, to accept faith, perform righteous deeds, and to seek forgiveness after any mistakes. This was the simplest and easiest way to salvation, but people in general did not pay heed to them and subsequently suffered its consequences today. I said in agreement, you are correct. This pardon would be attained after great hardship and disgrace. I could not withstand Layla's sorrow, although she attained reprieve in the beginning. What would be the state of these people who will have to wait till the end and endure the hardships and difficulties of the plane of judgment? My brother, the circumstances in which you saw Layla were comparatively very good. Now the environment of plane of judgment has become horrendous. The reason for this is that the entrance to the hill has been opened completely. After this, not only is there an intense heat in the plane of judgment, but the view of the hill and the risk of going in it is enough to make it worse manifold. The guilty are facing the rage of God Almighty. People can see the gates of destruction and disgrace open in front of them. All this is so fierce that it is beyond the endurance of human beings. Most importantly, no one knows what will happen to him or her. You can therefore not even begin to comprehend the fear, the mental and physical anguish, and the psychological torture that these people are now experiencing. I thought to myself, that was this how many people had hoped to gain reprieve in the hereafter. Alas, if only people could have understood in the previous word that the only way of salvation is through faith and righteous deeds. The last prophet preached this all his life. But what can one do about the false hopes of people? They forgot the teachings of their prophets and created a false world of their own, built solely on their desires and imaginations. They thought that even if they do not do anything, they would be saved by the intercessions of their prophet. But today it has become clearly evident that salvation will only be attained on the basis of true faith and righteous deeds. They will have to face punishment for every major sin that they did not repent in the shape of hardships in this plane beneath the dreadful shadows of hell. Alas, if only the people had understood this in the previous word, their entire lives would have been spent seeking forgiveness. I was deeply lost in my thoughts when Salih looked towards me and said, in my opinion, before we go to the pond of Kawthar, we should see the testimony of Prophet Jesus Christ. We will go to Prophet Muhammad afterwards. May there be peace upon him. We were back in the plane of judgment once again, but this time we were standing on the right side of the throne. The earth and skies were gloriously lit up from the dazzle of the throne. For the successful people, this light was a source of jubilation and elation, whereas in contrast it was landing upon the criminals as wrath of the Almighty. On all the four sides of the throne there were rows upon rows of angels who were standing with their hands folded together. The closest were the bearers of the throne, and after them there were other angels stationed according to their status and position. On the lips of these angels were words of gratitude, supplications, and salutations, and praise for the Lord. Prophet Jesus Christ was now present in the court of the Almighty. The angels had gathered all the Christians from the first to the last, closer to the throne. Almighty spoke, "Jesus, son of Mary, come forward." Angels moved to make way for Prophet Jesus as he walked forwards and stood close to the throne. His hands were folded together and his neck was bowed. The Almighty said, "Jesus, you delivered my message to your nation. How did they respond?" "Master, I do not know. Only you have the knowledge of the unseen." His reply was attributing to the fact that he was not aware of what his nation did in the world after him. A pin-drop silence ensued in the entire plane of judgment on hearing the reply of Prophet Jesus. After some moments, there was an explosion in the sky. Everyone looked up towards the sky. A sort of film began to run on the sky. In this film, the Christians were prostrating in front of statues of Prophet Jesus and Mary. One could see people taking out processions on the roads carrying the cross. In the churches, Christ and Mary were being worshipped. People were praying to him to solve their problems. Songs were being sung in his praise. Priests could be seen making speeches in which they were making every effort to prove that he was the Son of God. When I saw this, I thought to myself that Christians gave birth to the biggest case of polytheism in the history of mankind, despite that fact that God had sent Prophet Jesus with the message of oneness of God. At that time, the Jews had made it extremely difficult to follow the religious laws given by Prophet Moses on account of their multiple juristic alterations. These people turned the spiritual and loving relationship between a servant and his God into an emotionless and superficial legal association limited only to conforming to the law. Consequently, they put great emphasis on some noticeable and trivial obligations but ignored the commandments related to morality and a deeper relationship with God. It was in this environment that the most honorable Jesus Christ was sent to them. Might there be peace upon him. He severely criticized the shallowness and moral bankruptcy of the children of Israel. He once said, while criticizing the religious people of his time, "What sorrow awaits you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you illegitimately grab the homes of widows and prolong your prayers only for deception. Your punishment will be even more. What sorrow awaits you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you give a tenth of your mint, dill, and cumin as obligatory charity on your harvest, but have neglected the more important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. These are the things you should have practiced without neglecting the others. You blind guides, you blind guides, you strain your drinks so you won't accidentally swallow. You strain your drinks so you won't accidentally swallow, and gnats you deliberately swallow whole elephants. What sorrow awaits you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you clean the outside of the cup and the plate, but within you are full of extortion and unrighteousness. You blind Pharisees, first clean the inside of the cup and the plate, that the outside also may be clean. What sorrow awaits you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly appear beautiful, but within are full of dead people's bones and all uncleanness. So you too outwardly appear righteous to people, but inwardly you are full of insincerity, disregard of God's law. The Jews became his fierce enemies on hearing his criticism, so much so that they became intent on his murder. However, God saved him from their deception and raised him unto himself. Unfortunately, afterwards, one of his staunch Jewish opponents by the name of Saint Paul reshaped all his teachings while claiming to be one of his followers. On one hand, he declared that adherence to the religious law is only obligatory for Jews and not for the rest. On the other hand, he exaggerated the status of Prophet Jesus Christ and his mother to divine deities. Thus, gradually, Christianity became the biggest polytheistic religion of the world. Christians consider Jesus to be the Son of God, and prayed to him for help in every difficulty, regarding him as someone capable of solving their problems. But this was a fabrication and it became completely apparent today. As I thought about this, I heard the wailing and crying of the Christians present in the plane of judgment. The Christians had clearly seen their actions, and their fierce consequence in the shape of the hell was visible right in front of them, with its mouth wide open. Suddenly some of them began to shout, "Our Lord, we only acted upon the teachings of Jesus. You sent him to us as a Messiah. He told us that he was your son, sent by you to save us." A loud noise suddenly spread in the atmosphere and startled everyone into silence. The Almighty said to Jesus Christ, "Jesus, did you tell these people to worship you and your mother instead of me?" On the face of it, this seemed like a straightforward question without any implications. But as soon as Prophet Jesus heard it, he began to tremble. It seemed that he was struggling to carry the weight of his body. On seeing this, God said, "Jesus, you are my beloved prophet. My prophets have no fear in my presence. Answer my question at ease." Two angels came forward and helped Jesus onto a chair. This scene was heart-wrenching. Prophet Jesus Christ was a very dear and beloved prophet of God, but regrettably, for no fault of his own, he was made the foremost personality in history to have been worshipped and placed in rivalry to God. People prayed to him, recited his praise and salutations, and worshipped him. But today, the state that he found himself in, after just one question from the Almighty, was enough to make those who considered him God shed tears of blood. Today, everyone found out that all were insignificant in comparison to God. I thought in my heart that all such pious servants of God, who were given names and attributes by their followers that were only worthy of God, would come forward one by one and would deny ever having made such claims. Like Prophet Jesus, none of them will find the strength to dare to stand in front of God. If only all those people who put them on such high pedestals had known about the true greatness of God before the arrival of this day. If only they had not placed human beings in competition with God. Meanwhile, as the effect of fear of God lessened a bit from Prophet Jesus Christ, he stood up from his chair and said, "Master, you are exalted, free from all flaws. How could I dare to say something that I had no right to say? If I had said such a thing, then you would have known about it. I only told them what you had commanded me to say, that is, worship only one God, who is my Lord, as well as your Lord. I remained a witness upon them as long as I was amongst them. Then after you raised me up, only you watched over them, and you are a witness to everything. If you punish them, they are your servants, and if you chose to forgive them, you are the most mighty and wise." On hearing this, God said, "Today only truth will be beneficial. It will benefit people who adopted it sincerely." Prophet Jesus Christ was allowed to leave after this, and angels were given their orders. Everyone in the nation of Jesus Christ whose knowledge and actions conform to his teaching should be brought forward. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When Life Begins, by Abu Yahya, Chapter 8. At the Kawthar. After seeing the incident of Prophet Jesus standing witness, both of us started to move towards the pond. I asked Saleh en route. Prophet Jesus made some pleading statements requesting God to forgive them, stating that only He is the one who is prevailing and wise. Did these words not have any effect? Did you not listen to the reply of the Almighty that today the truthful will benefit only from their truthfulness? I heard that, but my impression is that his pleading has not been accepted. No, that is not the case. God has clarified His law. The basic criteria for success or failure is to accept as true the teachings of the Messenger and then to confirm it by one's actions. The meaning of God's statement is that He will deal mercifully with all those who meet these basic criteria. This implies that on account of His blessing, God will not hold people accountable for the sins and shortcomings that they did not manage to redeem or repent. All the prophets are similarly pleading for their nations in quiet tones, or will do so when it is their turn. But at present, only this much leniency is being granted as a consequence of their pleading. So far, only mistakes are being forgiven, not crimes. These are the mistakes that were deemed trivial at the time, and thus forgiveness was not sought for them. They have become a source of humiliation, similar to what your daughter Layla had to endure. Similar to what your daughter Layla had to endure. As for those people who maintained a constant attitude of faith, righteous deeds, repentance, and self-improvement, they have been safe from the outset. Those deeds, or those people who maintained a constant attitude of disobedience and committed major sins, they are now enduring the toughest hardships. We now reached a place where angels were stopping people from going ahead. Salih held my hand and walked towards them. On seeing him, the angels moved away from his path. As we walked a bit further, I began to see a lake. On seeing it, Salih said, "This is the pond of Kawthar." I said, "But I can see the last prophet over here. He is further ahead. We have entered from the other side. I wanted you to have a detailed view. That is why we came along this way." When I deliberated upon what Salih had stated, I realized that this was not a pond in the ordinary sense of the word. I said to Salih with a degree of surprise, "My friend, this is more like a lake, and even possibly as big as a sea, whose other shore I cannot even see." "Yes, it is like that. Can't you see so many people drinking water from it? If it had been an ordinary pond, then it would have run dry rapidly." He was correct. In every direction there were numerous people. I had an inkling from the sayings of the last prophet, even the previous word, that it would not be an ordinary pond, but more like a sea. In fact, based upon the sayings of the last prophet, I used to think that this would probably be somewhere around the Red Sea, which used to separate Arabia and Africa in the previous world. When I shared my inkling with Salih, he replied, "To a large extent, this inkling is correct. The earth has become massive on account of its expansion. However, it's more or less the same place. Does this mean that the plane of judgment is in Arabia?" "Yes, your inklings are correct." In silence, I recall the time when the earth was still inhabited. People were busy in the pursuit of the world. Alas, if only they could have realized that true life is to begin after death. God sent His prophets to remind and make people understand in all sorts of ways, but people did not heed their advice. Then God sent some of these prophets as messengers. These messengers not only called people towards the right path, but went even a step ahead. They warned their people that if they did not accept their teachings, instead of waiting for the end of this world, God would punish them in the world, from which only those will escape who believe in them. As a consequence, the followers and nation of Noah, Ad, Thamud, Lot, Shu'aib, Pharaoh, and the Quraysh of Mecca themselves all suffered that fate. The messengers sent to these nations warned them about the wrath of God, but when they did not accept their message, they were punished in the world before the day of judgment. The nation of Noah and the people of Pharaoh were drowned in water. Ad were destroyed by a fierce storm. The nations of Thamud and Shu'aib were annihilated by a jolt. The nation of Lot was flattened with a stone carrying wind, and the rejectors of Mecca were wiped out by the swords of the believers. All but the believers were saved and given the rule of the earth. In particular, the incident of the last prophet and the disbelievers of Mecca happened in the era of known history, and its record was also preserved in the Quran. Who was not aware of how the companions of the last prophet were made the masters of the world in only a matter of few years? In this way, an example of eternal reward and punishment was created in the world so that no one could try to deny it. Despite all that, people still did not prepare for this day. Above all, in this very area where the accountability is taking place today and what used to be the Middle East, the children of Abraham were the subjects and example of this principle of reward and punishment for 4,000 years. The dealings of God with the two arms of the children of Abraham, namely the Ishmaelites and the Israelites, were based on a law that dictated that God's blessings were showered upon them in the world if they were obedient, and alternatively, if they were disobedient, then they were punished as a nation. Historically, the children of Israel had to twice face major destructions as a consequence of their disobedience, once by the hands of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, and the second time on the hands of the Roman general Titus. Destruction was imposed upon them. In the same manner, the Muslim nation had to suffer severe punishments twice for their crimes, once on the hands of the Tartars and second time on the hands of European nations. They had to face destruction of and the humiliation of slavery. Along with these punishments, whenever they sought forgiveness and turned towards God, then the doors of power and rewards would open upon them again. One of the examples of this was when, after complete destruction at the hands of the Tartars, the Muslims took to them the message of Islam. In a short period of time, they became a superpower again. But sadly, even after seeing these clear happenings of reward and punishment in the world, people did not take seriously the certainty of reward and punishment to take place on the Day of Judgment. Involuntarily, a sigh came out of my mouth, and I said, "My Lord did not leave any stone unturned in making people understand the reality of life. But man was a very obstinate creature. This is why he has had to face this tough day." Salih looked at me for a moment and then spoke. "No, all humans were not like that. Just look at the people around the pond of Kawthar. You can see so many people here." I nodded my head in agreement but did not say anything more. The reason was obvious. Salih was looking at the people present here, and I was thinking about the people who were outside in the plain of judgment, and my son Jamshid was among them. I had returned to the plain of judgment in searching of him, but after seeing Prophet Jesus being witness, I had given up. So, for the time being, I decided to leave his fate in the hands of God. We were moving forward, but upon reaching one place, Salih said to me, "Come on, let us go to the VIP lounge of Kawthar." To the VIP lounge of Kawthar, maybe. I didn't comment on this, but I had an inclination about what he was implying. He further explained his previous statement. There are two ranks amongst the people who have succeeded today. Some practiced the religion in a way that they ensured compliance with all its obligations and stipulations. They fulfilled their commitments towards God and human beings and obeyed each and every command of God. They are the ones who will earn the success of entering the paradise. Among these were also some people who adopted the religion at the level of sacrifice rather than just an obligation. In the most adverse circumstances and in the severest of hardships, they displayed patience and steadfastness. They excelled at all virtuous and righteous deeds. In all circumstances, they upheld the truth and happily faced the consequences of doing so. They dedicated themselves to supporting the religion of God, doing extra worship of Him and serving His humanity. They are the people who will be amongst the VIPs on the Day of Judgment. Their privileges, status, closeness to God, and respect will all be far beyond that of the usual inhabitants of paradise. This is akin to the previous word, where every society had a class of common people and an elite and high gentry class. The same is happening today. The successful people of the world have been placed around the picturesque region of the pond of Kawthar, away from the hardships of the plain of judgment. They will get a favorable abode in the paradise as well. Obviously, this is a huge accomplishment. But there is even a level beyond this for those who are close to God. This is for the elite among the dwellers of paradise. Its true reality will only become apparent in the paradise. But even at the Kawthar, separate lodgings have been arranged for people who belong to this elite. That is where we are going now. He stopped for a moment and spoke while staring into my eyes. This is because you are not one of the common dwellers of paradise, Abdullah, but in fact you are one of the leaders and worthy of every high status. I humbly bowed my head. We now entered a place of such immense beauty that words were not sufficient to describe it. The snowy white clear water of the lake was spread over its bed like the moonlight. My eyes were getting a strange satisfaction just looking the surface of the lake, which was still and flat. The banks were made of glittering hollow pearls. My soul's experienced an indescribable relief as I walked onto some very thick and soft carpets that were laid out by the beach. Comfortable princely chairs were set on the carpets. Glasses made of gold and silver were shining like stars on top of tables that were more transparent than glass. A pleasant fragrance was emanating from the lake, which left all the pores in my body thoroughly scented. I asked Saleh as I took a seat, "Where is this pleasant smell coming from?" "The lake bed is composed of a soil more fragrant than any scent in the previous world. You are noticing its effects." Saleh filled a glass from the lake and putting it in front of me said, "Enjoy it." I took a sip. I had heard similes of it in the previous word relating to milk, honey, etc., but this was a far superior drink than any of them. I had drunk its water once before, but the delight of drinking it in this environment was a totally different experience. There was an extremely sharp and piercing sunlight outside in the plain of judgment, but we were experiencing the evening twilight over here. The breeze was pleasantly cool, chilled, and steady. It seemed as if the sun was about to set. A dusky hue was spread over the clear sky. Shades of deep red, orange, and yellow were conspicuous in different parts. The reflections of these colors of the sky onto the surface of the white waters of the lake created a facade of a fair-skinned maiden with a colorful head covering. No doubt it was an extremely lovely and beautiful scene. I looked around. The scene was like a picnic spot. People were sitting or standing by the lake by themselves in groups or along with their families. They were happily chatting and laughing. All looked very happy and pleased. The contentment and satisfaction visible on their faces was enough to demonstrate that they had succeeded. They had left behind all possibilities of death, sorrow, illness, grief, and sufferings for good to reach the shores of an everlasting ocean of eternal and true happiness. Today they had achieved a success that would never cease, a happiness that would never diminish, pleasures that would never lessen, a life that would never end, and comforts that would never be taken back. These people had achieved such a big reward with such little effort. As they celebrated their success, their laughter could be heard far and wide. The smiles on their faces brightened up the atmosphere. This reminded me of my family. Saleh looked at my face and read my thoughts straight away. "While we are here, let me take you to your family. They have also been moved over here." Layla saw me coming first. She was sitting by the pond along with the rest of the family, but perhaps her searching eyes were looking for me. She saw me from a distance. She got up from the chair and came running to embrace me. She just kept crying, unable to say anything. I kept on patting her shoulder for a long time. Then I separated her from me to look at her face. When I saw her last time in the plane of judgment, she was in a bad shape. But now my daughter was looking as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her in this state, I involuntarily thanked the Almighty for His blessings, on account of which she was back with me again. I said to her, "Layla, the sufferings and hardships are now over for good. You will only experience happiness and comfort from now on." By now, the rest of the family had also reached us. My two other daughters, Arifa and Alia, were looking as beautiful as ever. My younger son, Anwar, was holding his mother's hand. I hugged all of them. Then I said, "My children, I am proud of you. You are prepared to wait for your Lord's promise instead of getting dazzled by the worldly life. You did not infatuate yourselves with the benefits of a temporary world. Rather, you chose this eternal life. This is the day of your eternal success. Let's begin this success by celebrating it with a drink from the Kawthar." We sat down on nearby chairs. I said to Layla, "I want to hear your story, but before that, Anwar, Alia, and Arifa, tell me, did you have any difficulty in joining your mother? All three of them had the same response, that they were quite safe right from the beginning. Various angels had escorted them to the area in the shadow of the throne. Then Layla narrated her story. Father, I have been through very tough times. When I emerged from the grave after hearing the sound of the trumpet, it was chaos and horror everywhere. Everybody was running in the same direction. Nobody was wearing any clothes at that time, but everyone was in such a state of fear, terror, and worry that no one was looking at anyone else, nor did anyone care about their own burdens. I tried to find all of you, but could not find anyone. Finally, I also started to run in the same direction as everyone else. I don't know for how long I kept running. Everyone seemed obsessed about reaching the destination. People were terrified and worried, but felt compelled to continue to run. I interrupted here. This was the effect of the trumpet blown by Archangel Raphael that forced everyone to run towards the plane of judgment. No matter where people were in the world, they were all forced to head in its direction. You're right, Father. Everyone was running in the same direction. I got blisters on my feet. They started to bleed. My body felt like breaking with exhaustion, but there was something deep inside me which did not let me stop. I was dying of thirst, but water was nowhere to find. It was extremely hot, but there was no tree or shade anywhere. Father, all along the way, there were nothing but a big flat plain. There were no mountains, rivers, seas, trees, or even ditches. In short, there were no heights or depressions anywhere. I cannot tell you in words how terrible was this journey. If this had happened in the previous world, I would have literally fallen down and died of tiredness. But over here, no one was lucky enough to have the relief of falling down or dying. So I was forced to continue to run endlessly. What happened next? Asked Anwar in a woeful tone. I don't know how long it took me, but I finally reached the plane of judgment. But another affliction was waiting for us there. There were horrifying angels walking about everywhere. Just looking at them was enough to take one's breath away. They did not say anything to me, but they were mercilessly beating many others. However, seeing this scene was enough to scare me to death. Where did you find Asma? I inquired. I met her somewhere in the plane of judgment, in a very bad state. Father, she was brought up in a very privileged atmosphere. After seeing her, I almost forgot about my own miseries. We stayed together after that to keep our spirits high, but after she met you, her will and hopes for deliverance faded away altogether. Alia asked, where did you last see her? When everybody was ordered to bow down, I prostrated straight away. She was standing next to me at that time, but she was unable to bow down. In the previous word, she always used to say that God does not need our worship or prayers. She used to say that even if there were a requirement for this, He would forgive us on account of this mercy. She did not even fast, as she used to say that it ruins her beautiful skin. Where was she when you got up after the prostration? Arifa asked. She was still there next to me, but when God ordered the angels to take away every 999 people out of every 1,000, the angels dragged her away. Then I was presented in the court of the Almighty for accountability. What happened in there? Asked Naima. I feared that God was going to hand over my result card in my left hand and order the angels to drag me away. But my Lord is most compassionate and merciful. He was very kind with me. I was asked questions about faith and worship. I responded that I had faith in all the required beliefs in the previous world, and I used to fulfill all the necessary worship rituals. Then I was asked about major moral obligations, rights of relatives, and rights of other people around me. I managed to give acceptable answers to all those questions as well. I was afraid that I was then going to be asked specific questions about the bad deeds and sins I committed in my daily life. However, he did not ask me any further questions. I commented, Layla, if the Almighty had asked you the next question, you would have been doomed. He does not ask such questions to the person He has decided to forgive, whose answers are bound to be in the negative. He only asks such questions to those people whom He wants to punish. You were asked only those questions whose correct replies were already present in your book of deeds. Although there were also bad deeds and sins recorded in that book, but the Almighty ignored them. Oh, I remember at the end the Almighty said something to me. He said that you are the daughter of Abdullah, you should be with him. Then the Almighty ordered the angels to hand over the book of deeds into my right hand and to take me to my family. I am unable to express the joy that I experienced at that moment. Salih, who was sitting next to me, said, your forgiveness was not because of your father. However, your status was elevated due to him. At the moment you are sitting in the VV or VIP lounge by the Kawthar. Are you aware that you, your mother and other siblings have been given this honor only because of your father? This is a special blessing from God, that from amongst the successful family members, whoever has the highest stature, the rest of the family members will also be elevated to his or her level. At this, Aliya said, oh, that's why none of our own family members were allowed to come here. The angels only allowed us, brothers, sisters, and our mother to come here. Some of our other family members are also around, but they have not been allowed to come to this area. Signs of distress appeared on Naima's face as she listened to this. Forced by her maternal instincts, she added, yes, all are here except for Jamshid. Everybody became silent. Then Anwar broke the silence by saying, Father, I was saved by that article of your teacher, Mr. Farhan, which you often used to quote. I made its message the cornerstone of my life. Arifa asked, which writing was that? Let us hear it too. Anwar closed his eyes and said, he wrote, the reformers of our era want to eliminate this natural desire of advancement. However, God does not endorse this. He only wants to divert the course of this desire towards the hereafter, away from the present world. Instead of hoping to be a part of the elite and privileged sections of the society, he wants people to strive to be amongst the people close to God and the elite of the paradise. If you read the whole message of the Quran, you will find out that it does not desire any other mindset in people apart from this. The personalities of the companions of the last prophet, who were the first addressees of the Quran, had the same traits. The charity of Abu Bakr and Umar, the generosity of Abdul Rahman and Uthman, and the simple life of Ali and Abu Dharr, may peace be upon all of them, are various manifestations of the same firm belief in the hereafter. To understand the transformation that belief in hereafter brings in one's life, study the following verse of the Quran. Whatever things you have been given are merely for the necessities and adornments of this worldly life, and whatever you will get from God is much better and will last forever. Don't you think? Is the person to whom we have promised a good promise, which he will obtain, equal to the one to whom we have given the good things of this life only, but who is going to face the punishment on the day of judgment? Al-Qisas, verses 60 and 61. Just imagine about the life of the person who just believes firmly in this one verse. When such a person earns his livelihood, he will never take the risk of disobeying God, the result of which is hellfire. After he fulfills his needs, the best purpose of wealth for him would be to spend it on adornment and beautification of his eternal and much better life in the hereafter. He will never jeopardize his hereafter for the sake of any blessing in this world. Before he even thinks about building a home, he will first think about the home in the hereafter. Similarly, before planning to buy a car in this world, he will plan about his transport to the hereafter. He will never risk losing those heavenly maidens whose moon-like face, attractive beauty, and eternal youth will never wither for the sake of short-lived gratification of his eyes from the exposed and semi-exposed woman of this world. The needs and wishes of his family can never take him on a path that ends up at the footstep of the hell. The needs and wishes of his family can never take him on a path that ends up at the footstep of hell. Rather, his love for his family will compel him to also take them along on the roads to heaven. He will want to educate them and to give them his time, to tell them that to live is in fact to live for the hereafter. The real success is to end up in the paradise. The world is nothing but an illusion, a place where countless others were tested before us, and we are also being tested. It's just a matter of few years neither will we be here, nor would these testing times. If at all, it will be the blessings of God that will be left behind. It will be His paradise and His never-ending rewards. It will be the pinnacles of esteem and appreciation that will last. The voice tones will have prestige in them. The faces will have a glow on them. One's company will be that of righteous people. Friends will be all around. There will be palaces made of pearls and jewels, and vineyards of musk ambrosia. They will be embellished with silk and silk brocade, and adorned with rubies and corals. They will have streams of milk and honey, and waves of purified water. There will be trees made of silver and gold, and seas of water and wine. Angels will be paying their salutations, and appetizing meals will be available to eat at any time. Hence this will be an eternal world of luxury and delight, of water and wine, and of castles and luxurious tents. It will be an eternal world of prestige and style, and pleasure and rewards, a world of eternal peace and relaxation and enjoyment and blessings. Will be such a world that will not have any sorrows. There will be no worries and no disappointments. A world devoid of regrets, deprivations, and limitation will be this world. An unfortunate person is not someone who did not succeed in the finite world. Indeed, that person is unfortunate who failed to be a winner in this eternal world. An unfortunate person is not someone who did not succeed in the finite world. Indeed, that person is unfortunate who failed to be a winner in this eternal world. As Anwar recalled the last few words, his voice became heavy with emotions and eyes wet with tears. He was probably thinking of his brother Jamshid. However, he did not realize that by narrating an abstract from my teacher, Mr. Farhan's book, he had doubled my heartache by reminding me of Mr. Farhan's fate. I thought to myself, it seems that one still has to experience some sorrows even in the plane of judgment. It will only be in the paradise where one will be able to get rid of every sorrow and worry forever. Alhamdulillah. The end of chapter 8. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. When life begins. Chapter 9. The nation of Noah and the ones who distorted their faith. Thoughts about my teacher Farhan, Ahmed and Jamshid had caused a deep silence to prevail over me. Saleh had a pretty good idea about it. To divert my attention, he said, "You have forgotten that actually we had come to meet the last prophet, may peace be upon him. You have sat down here on the way. Now he himself has asked for you. Has father not met the prophet yet? May peace be upon him." Anwar spoke, sounding very surprised. Saleh clarified, "Every person who is successful in the plane of judgment first goes straight to the last prophet. Over there the prophet rewards him by giving him a glass of Kawthar with his own hands. His family members are also called there on this occasion. After this, these people go and sit down in an elated and celebrative mood by the pond, or what your father calls a lake. However, your father wanted to roam in the plane of judgment. Thus, prior to the meeting with the prophet on his request, he was sent back to the plane of judgment. However, now the prophet himself has called for him. Is everything all right? Why has he been summoned?" Naima inquired. Saleh replied, "The reason is that as the accountability of different nations has continued, now it is the turn of the nation of Prophet Noah, but they have denied having received any message of God from Noah, may peace be upon him. What sort of talk is that? How can they say that they have not received any message from God? They were drowned in the world because they denied the message of Prophet Noah. After this judgment from God, how can they stand in front of God and state that Prophet Noah did not pass any message from God to them?
Arifa queried with surprised. Layla further added to her comments, and even if these people have become stubborn and decided to lie about this, the Quran stated that the mouths of such people will be shut and their hands and feet will be asked to bear witness. So how can these people saying these things? Or how can these people are saying these things? Salih elaborated, the people who are saying this are not those people from the nation of Prophet Noah who incurred the punishment. These are those people from his children who embraced faith on him, and then the siblings of these faithful people inhabited the world. Nevertheless, a significant number among them were those people among whom no more prophets were sent after Prophet Noah. These people sufficed on the guidance of oneness of God and Day of Judgment, which was in essence a remnant of Prophet Noah's teachings. Even though after the passage of such a long time they may not recognize it in its original capacity, and they may even have somewhat distorted its shape. It is for this reason that they have denied any knowledge of this guidance from Prophet Noah. I interrupted the discussion to further clarify Salih's reply. Look, the fact of the matter is that majority of the humanity descended from Prophet Noah. A number of groups among them, particularly the descendants of his son Shem, who inhabited the central areas of the earth like Middle East and its adjoining areas, are those who were the beneficiaries of a continual chain of prophets and messengers, but many groups of humanity did not have the opportunity of directly benefiting from a prophet after Prophet Noah. In particular, after Prophet Abraham, no prophets were sent outside his descendants. It is these people who are now considered as either descendants of Prophet Noah or to belong to his nation. At the time of accountability, they have been presented along with the nation of Prophet Noah. However, these people did not directly know the teachings of Prophet Noah or appreciate their relationship to him in a way other people like the people of the book and the Muslims did. Therefore, these people denied ever having received the message of Prophet Noah, and their refusal is not entirely unjustified either. Salih added, Abdullah is correct. The fact of the matter is that people from the nation of Prophet Muhammad delivered the message of God to these people from the nation of Prophet Noah. For this reason, all the initial and final witnesses from the nation of the last prophet are being called upon to bear witness as in the previous world. They clarified the truth to these people by their actions. Today, these witnesses will testify that one way or the other they managed to convey the message of the oneness of God to these people. This message was the real inheritance of the teachings of Prophet Noah and got forgotten in the later times. But following the advent of the last prophet, this message was preserved till the Day of Judgment, and his followers fulfilled their responsibility of passing it to the children of Noah. Naima looked towards me and asked, then why were they not presented along with the nation of the last prophet? If they had embraced Islam, then that is what would have happened. However, they did not do so and continued to follow the disfigured religion of their ancestors. Since every nation is being presented for accountability along with its respective prophet, all such people have been brought forward as the nation of Prophet Noah. The reason for this is that their forefathers had embraced faith in Prophet Noah. I replied and then summarized the discussion in these words. In short, Prophet Noah delivered the message of God himself to the initial portion of his nation, while the Muslims delivered it to the last section, as they were the upholders of the message of the oneness of God and Day of Judgment, which was the main message of all prophets, including Prophet Noah. May peace be upon them all. Come on, Abdullah, we need to go as we have been called for, Salih said to me. So we both got up and started moving towards our destination. Once again, we were in the presence of the last prophet of God, Prophet Muhammad. May peace and blessings be upon him. He had the same radiance on his face, the same attractiveness and same aura that I had not that I had noted when I saw him first time. I felt that I had known him for centuries. His love seemed to grow even more at that time. I was sitting at the back end of his gathering of companions, staring at his glowing face as he talked with them. Then someone went close to him and said something in his ear. Salih whispered in my ear, "This is his servant Anas, and he is telling him about you." At the same moment, the Prophet raised his head to look at me and welcomed me with a heartening smile. This confirmed what Salih had whispered in my ear. Then he smiled and said to the people sitting around him, "The nation of one of the forefathers of humanity and Prophet of God, Noah, has refused to accept his testimony by saying that he did not directly deliver any message to them. In fact, my followers delivered the message to them. All those of you sitting here believe in all prophets of God, and the religion that I passed on to you is the same religion that was given to Prophet Noah. It is therefore your responsibility to present yourself in the court of the Almighty on behalf of Prophet Noah and testify that the invitation to believe in one God and righteous deeds that Prophet Noah extended to his followers and which I passed on to you, you delivered it to his nation without any omissions or additions, thereby fulfilling his and my mission." He then asked his companion Abu Bakr sitting next to him to stand up. Abu Bakr stood up. The Prophet then said to the people sitting around him, "This is my friend Abu Bakr. In addition to him, there are representative followers of my nation present here, ranging from my time to all the way to the time just before the day of judgment. All of you should go to the court of the Almighty following his lead and be witness to the truth that you bear." The Prophet stood up as he finished his sentence, following which everyone else also stood up. Abu Bakr kissed his hand and moved on. Following his lead, everyone kissed the Prophet's hand. My turn was at the end. I also availed this auspicious honor. Then all of us set off towards the plain of judgment with the most honorable Abu Bakr in the lead. I was walking right at the back of the group along with these exalted personalities. Salih was not with me. Before departing from the Prophet's gathering, he told me that I would have to give the testimony on my own, although he did say that he would meet me on the way back. On the way, a thought came in my heart that I am not worthy enough to represent the nation of the last Prophet amidst such honorable and exalted personalities. This feeling overwhelmed me so much that I decided to quietly abscond from the group. Who would notice? The Almighty would call someone else from my era in my place. I started to walk slower with these thoughts in my mind. Soon I was quite far back from the rest of the group. I decided to avail this opportunity, and just as I turned around to head back in the direction of the pond of Kawthar, I heard a voice behind me say, "Abdullah, what are you doing?" I nervously turned around and saw Abu Bakr standing behind me. I felt ashamed. It felt as if I had been caught stealing. My initial inclination was to make an excuse, but then I realized that this is not the world. God may reveal the truth to him at that very moment. Therefore I told him the whole story, and in addition also requested him to take someone else along instead of me. Abu Bakr started laughing. Then he said, "God selected people for the testimony himself. He is the one whom found me through an angel. The reasons for your intended action." He gently held my hand and started to walk forward. On the way he advised me, "Listen, Abdullah, the Almighty himself has selected every person in this group. Do you know what the criterion is for selection?" I silently looked at his face. He answered the question himself. "In the eyes of your Lord, the most eligible people to bear witness are those who rose above all prejudices, emotions, and desires to make submission to the truth their prime concern, and then dedicated their lives to the oneness of God and hereafter. In your era, the religious people may have managed to rise above their desires, but most failed to overcome prejudice and emotions. Sectarian and communal priorities had enslaved their thoughts. They would accept only those ideas which were proposed by people from their own sect. They would call people only towards their sect. They used to live their lives under a strong influence of the perceived greatness of their leaders. In contrast, you lived your life only under the influence and appreciation of the greatness of the Almighty. You accepted the truth no matter what the cost and applied it in your life regardless of any prejudice. The oneness of God was your main concern. The biggest objective of your life was to help people prepare for this encounter with their Lord. In addition, you did not confine your work just to your own nation. Rather, you were involved in a long struggle to spread Qur'an's message of the oneness of God and the hereafter amongst the non-Muslim nations. These are the reasons that led to your selection today. Prophet Noah, with his hands held together in front of him, was standing to the right side of the divine throne. All of us, under the leadership of Abu Bakr, the truthful, stood behind him and in front of us till the eyes could see. There was a sea of human beings. Every one of them appeared worried and looked ill. They were standing with their heads bowed. Their faces looked grey and fear. In the surroundings, apart from a faint whisper, no other voice could be heard. This was the nation of Prophet Noah, who in fact were people born to his children. In a little while, a loud voice was heard. The witnesses of Noah be presented in the court. I thought that now Abu Bakr would move forward and say something, but at this juncture, I saw that the last prophet came and stood in front of the throne. A voice was heard. Speak, O Muhammad, what do you want to say? The prophet spoke in the presence of the one and only. My Lord, you gave me prophethood and revealed your book upon me. In that book you told me that Prophet Noah also brought with him the same religion that you endowed me with, which propagated belief in the one and only God. I bore witness upon the same righteous religion on my nation, and now these people are present here in front of you to bear witness that they took this righteous religion to the children of Noah without any addition or omission. The Almighty said, you have spoken the truth. Present your followers. On this, Abu Bakr took a few steps forward and stood next to Prophet Noah. All of us also moved forward and stood behind him. A voice was heard, who are you? Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, introduced himself and then introduced each of us by stating our names and the time periods we lived in. He stated that we were all from the nation of Prophet Muhammad. He said that the final prophet bore witness of the true religion upon us and told us that Prophet Noah also brought the same religion with him. He further stated that we then took his religion of Prophets Noah and Muhammad to all the nations of the world. Then he said that we also took this truth to those people who were present in front of the Almighty as the nation of Prophet Noah. After this evidence, there was no excuse left for the nation of Prophet Noah. It was apparent that the religion of Prophet Noah was the same as that of Prophet Muhammad, and that his followers delivered this religion to the rest of the world. Now the accountability of the nation of Prophet Noah was to take place in light of this evidence. Our work was complete, therefore we began our return journey. Our group was moving along our return journey. This time the leader of our small convoy was the final prophet himself. In the company of the angels, we were passing through the plain of judgment, heading towards the Kawthar. I was staying at the back of this group, afraid of embarrassing myself. Suddenly someone put a hand on my shoulder and said, "And where were you trying to run away to, my friend?" I looked back and saw Salih, who was smiling. I remained silent, feeling embarrassed. He spoke laughingly. Praise the Lord, that the leader of the group was Abu Bakr. If Umar was in his place, then he would have given you at least a few lashes as punishment. I also started to laugh. After a pause, I said, in fact, it is not Abu Bakr or Umar. Umar would have done exactly the same as Abu Bakr. The reason is that the being that arranged for this is the same. That is my merciful God, who has concealed my sins throughout my life. A worrying thought then came to my mind. I asked Salih, by the way, how did you know about me? Does everyone know about this? No. Abu Bakr is very kind-hearted. He did not say a word. As for me, I knew about it, as God sent a message to Abu Bakr regarding this through me. Albeit your statement is correct. Guess what was the message that the Almighty asked me to take to Abu Bakr? He answered his own question without waiting for my reply. Look after my servant. In his humility, he is about to neglect his responsibility. I bowed my head with mixed feelings of embarrassment and gratitude. After a few moments, I inquired from Salih, how is the accountability going in the plane of judgment? The evidence against nations of various prophets is being presented. All prophets and messengers are giving a testimony that they passed the message of God to their respective nations. After this, the sins of all those people whose deeds were largely in accordance with the teachings of the prophets are forgiven, and their success is announced. Salih replied, I recalled everything Salih had told me previously, that after this initial period of accountability, the general accountability would start. I felt a hope that perhaps at this stage a decision for salvation of my son Jamshid may be announced, but obviously there was nothing I could do for him. I inquired from Salih, what is the state of people over there or over here? Don't ask, no one is able to comfort anyone. Furthermore, no one knows what is going to be his fate. We were walking behind the convoy, chatting with each other, when suddenly a loud roar erupted. The reason for this uproar was that a huge crowd of Muslims was heading towards the Prophet, chanting his name. They were screaming, crying, and begging the Prophet to help them. They were saying that they were his followers. However, the angels were beating them with lashes to keep them away. These people had become so fed up due to the hardships in the plane of judgment that despite being beaten up, they were still trying to move towards the Prophet. The Prophet appeared to them as the only ray of hope. On seeing this scene, the Prophet, may peace and be upon him, called the head of the angels to him and asked him for the reason this treatment was being meted out to these people, despite the fact that they claimed to be his followers, ascribed their faith to him, and mentioned his name in their proclamations of faith. The angel answered with utmost respect, O Prophet of God, no doubt they take your name, but you are not aware of all sorts of innovations that these people introduced in your religion after you had left the world. On hearing this, expressions of extreme dislike appeared upon the face of the Prophet, and he said, may those people be distanced from me who after me altered the religion I brought. After saying this, the Prophet turned and walked on towards the pond of Kawthar, with the rest of the people in the convoy following suit. I was also about to move forward, but Salih stopped me by saying, wait and see what happens here. I saw that the angels then started to attack these people heartlessly. In the meantime, more angels joined them from the left side of the plane of judgment. They started to beat these people mercilessly. Their strength was such that when they lashed out once with a whip, thousands of people were hit by it, thrown yards away, shouting and screaming. In a short while, the entire area close to the pond was clear of people, beaten up and crying with pain. These people who had invented new beliefs and actions in the religion of Islam left that place mourning their humiliation and ill fate. I was standing next to Salih witnessing these pitiful scenes. I thought to myself that these were those unfortunate people for whom the guidance of the Quran and the practical example of the Sunnah of the Prophet was not sufficient. Therefore they made additions and alterations to the religion and thus tried to deface it. They used to possess some sort of senseless logic for their misguided and bad deeds. When someone with insight tried to draw their attention towards their fallacies, they would become their mortal enemies. They were told that there was no room for inventing beliefs outside the Quran. They would become their mortal enemies. They were told that there was no room for inventing beliefs outside the Quran, and no deeds apart from the ones that were part of the Sunnah would be reliable in the court of the Almighty. But they regarded such talk as absurd and remained engrossed in their misguided ways. However, they had suffered the consequences of this attitude today. As I was thinking about this, Salih said to me, Abdullah, I have not managed to understand this habit of human beings. Why is it that after receiving such clear guidance, all nations of the prophets indulge so much in innovations? You have asked a good question. I also deliberated a lot on this during my previous life. In my opinion, the real reason for this is exaggeration and extremism. Human beings are very emotional beings by nature. They go to extremes in either direction. The followers of the prophets also suffered from it. Some people, on account of their inclination towards materialism, forego the teachings of the prophets, while others went to the other extreme in their love for prophets and righteous people and enthusiasm for worship. It is these exaggerations and extremist behaviors that became the main reasons for innovations in religion. Salih nodded on hearing my reply and said, the biggest example of this extremist behavior and exaggeration were the Christians. On one hand, they discarded the law brought by Prophet Moses. On the other hand, they invented a creed of self-denial and introduced such worships, practices and innovations into the religion that it became extremely difficult for an ordinary person to live a normal life while maintaining a religious identity. In addition to the innovations in deeds, exaggeration in beliefs also became apparent amongst them in its ultimate extreme. Despite being a nation with so many prophets, they managed to invent a wife and a son for God, and a son of God. But my friend, the truth is that you Muslims were not far behind them either. He said the last part of his statement with a lot of emphasis. I replied without hesitation, and today both Christians and Muslims have had to suffer the consequences of it. As I said this, I could visualize the scenes of events that I had just witnessed a few moments ago. Alhamdulillah.